UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. We're here again for the final conclusion of this franchise of X-Men, the movie franchise. We'll be talking about X-Men Apocalypse the more because last time we didn't get a chance to get around to that. We talked so much about Days of Future Past because it was that good of a movie. We decided to postpone the talk for X-Men Apocalypse for this Tuesday. And along the way, we'll be talking about the downfall, the one that drove the nail into the coffin of this franchise, Dark Phoenix. Here with me, we'll since I'm a gentleman, we'll start with the lady of valor, Leaiplussize. Say hello, Leaiplussize.
Hello, this is your lovely lady. Everybody's great today.
And also with us, the schooner of the tuna. Here with us as usual. Go ahead, Scoonertuna. Tell them how you been feeling.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Scoonertuna, and I am great.
Awesome. Now let's welcome to the chat, everybody. We have Chris P. Chris P is here saying, "Hey, Wolf 10, I'll be listening on and off while at work. Good luck out there, buddy. Take care of your job and take care of yourself as always." The Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gil Martin with his traditional "Hey guys." We have a recurring visitor, Samuel Lee Oki. He was here Sunday. I'm glad you're here. And a bit of more information. Next Thursday he'll be on. Leia Plus Size. I wonder if you would want to join us as well because he wants to talk about H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard. So that's what we'll be talking about next Thursday. If you're willing to join us,
Okay,
Leia Plus
sounds
Size.
fun.
He also says, "I hope
Sounds
all is
fun.
well this evening." We are all well. We are all well. We have Melissa Harris. Hello, she's here to stay. Everybody, no longer busy this time. But
Hey,
who
Melissa
am I
Harris.
kidding?
Glad you can come.
Who am I kidding? On off screen, I'm pretty sure she's a busy woman. Especially she's got to raise up some kids, and definitely take care of her sons. Yes, there you have. We're finally live. I know you've been a patient man, but thank you for showing up. And if you didn't stick around that long, thank you for popping in. We have our official Joni for again. He was with me on Sunday. I definitely appreciate your history of Finland and the teaching of the language. Thank you so much and sharing your thoughts on pop culture. So hopefully we will do that again, our official Joni. Hopefully, if you're willing and ready. Okay. I think that's everybody. That is everybody. Yep. All right then.
Hello
So
to everybody. Hello to everybody in chat. I'm sorry,
oh,
Wolf. I just was saying hello to everybody if I didn't say it earlier.
I guess it'll be high time for you to start pulling a netter this for these streams from now on.
Only if I have to. But so far, everybody's been very good. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
But here's the thing, guys. Her trademark is "Hey, hi, hun." You can't take that trademark. Let me remove the banner real quick.
Unless, of course, you give her a quarter every time.
I'm gonna remove the banner for a cool spell because I'm pretty sure it's been covering up the trailers whenever time we looked at these trailers before we started. So I want everybody to get a good view of it. I'm not sure if it. I haven't checked the backwatch on how I done it, but I'm just gonna do that for safekeeping. Anyways, tell me your guys' experience with this movie. Have you seen it in the theaters? What got you interested, and what was your experience within the theater? So let's start with you, Leia Plus Size.
Well, I did go to the theater on opening weekend to see the film because I loved Days of Future Past so much. So I was absolutely confident that Apocalypse was even going to be better after the little teaser trailer you get at the end credits of Days of Future Past. and I didn't recognize what that was. So I said, I'm going to have a good time going to into. So I bought a ticket. I was there opening weekend, and little did what I was expecting. I knew this is going to be a good show after Days of Future Past. And I came out the theater and wish I had my money back. I was absolutely. I'm sorry. I was disappointed. Let me just say this, and this says a lot. The only thing that I liked from this was the ending. I actually liked how it ended with them in um in the danger room. I like that scene. I because I think that's how superhero movies should end. It should end with the heroes in action. I like that. And that's about the only memorable scene I really have throughout the whole movie. Um, Malcolm Fassbender looked nice as always,
Yeah,
but
I would
I
say
was
that was
glad
like the
that
best Magneto armor that I've seen him in, so to speak. I mean, it
yes,
still doesn't top his Days of Future
yes,
Past armor, but which to me reminds me of X-Men Evolution's Magneto. But
Yes.
yeah, right now
hmm
that was like the best so far. Like as far as suits concerned, and I'm pretty sure that was a restricted suit he was wearing. But he sold it. He really sold it
he, he
on
did.
movement.
Yeah, he did, and I was happy Quicksilver had returned. So
Yeah,
I think he's my favorite out of the movie, Quicksilver. I do. I was happy that he came back. I've got some issues with the storyline between him and Magneto. I felt Bryan Singer was a little bit too late with the story revelation. I think that's something that should have popped up earlier. But
yeah,
I think those were the really two best moments. But I'll let you guys go into it some more. But
yeah. More on
yeah,
that
the
later.
storyline. But yeah, we'll get into that later. But that's my experience. I went in excited. I came out very disappointed. Seems to be happening a lot lately with some of these films. But back then, I went in, you know, confident. Came out like, oh boy, this is a downside. And I actually thought, well, you know what? If that Dark Phoenix coming, so things will get better. Where was I wrong? But go ahead.
We have a new listener here. We have Shad Doida. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome him, everybody. This is a new person. Welcome him.
Welcome to the chat
Hello, Shat. Hello,
and
Shat.
welcome to the
How are you?
conversation.
Glad to meet you. Glad to meet you.
But
Hope you have
go
fun
ahead.
here.
Yeah, go ahead, Schooner. Tell me your experience and how did you come to what made you come to see this movie?
Well, I heard about it after the explosion that was Days of Future Past. I was eager for more X Men. So I was like, and Apocalypse? Ooh, I don't know if this is going to be any good. I already, because you know me, from X Men Evolution, that's my Apocalypse. So I'm like, how are they going to do this? So I went there and I watched it. And, while it didn't have as much of an impact on me as Days of Future Past did. I was happy I went to it. I'm like going, okay, you know what? All things considered, there was a lot thrown in here that could have been enough for two movies. But I thought it was okay. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's okay. And from this, especially with the stuff that we're getting today, that's a step in the right direction.
My experience was okay. Of course, we all knew about the infamous end credits to Days of Future Past, and that got me excited, especially when you see Apocalypse assembling that pyramid and you have four horsemen in the background. Definitely. Um, what really sold me was the teaser that came up, and which we're gonna watch pretty soon. But man, that teaser, uh, man, it takes me back to the Last Stand teaser.
Mhm.
with that one, especially
Yeah.
with Apocalypse's final message at the end of that teaser. I was like, or at least the final shot of Xavier when when he has that panic look in his face and he says, "Oh my, I had never experienced such power like this before." And it cuts right
Mhm.
to the title. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
where the goosebumps start coming in. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm
Mhm.
excited. Now for me, of course, we all know this is coming around a time where there's more information and information and information just keep pouring and pouring out from movies, from the way how characters look are going to look, um, to how scripts are getting leaked nowadays, how they're going to how the characters are. I'm circling back. Let me start over. So they were leaking how characters were going to look. They were leaking how the story is going to be, and this is where people just got a hold of far too much information that they needed to have. Like it was nothing compared to how information was given back then when you had the Batman movies, you had the Superman movies,
Yeah.
you had the news that they were going to kill Superman when they were about to launch Death of Superman. Everything was completely on the rest, and I remember people were complaining about Apocalypse's look, and they kept comparing him to Ivan Ooze. Truth be told, I'm like, if I have to say anything about Apocalypse's look, he looked nothing like Ivan Ooze,
No.
nothing like that dude. If anything, a better comparison would have been any of the alien the warriors from Stargate or Ra from Stargate.
Mhm.
That's the comparison I would have gave, because that's basically what they were going for. It's just this whole Stargate aesthetic, or at least the SG-1 version of Stargate, at least. I was just saying, there's like Apocalypse look like Ivan, like bruh, they don't compare. And and what was funny was the screenshot that they got him that they got of him was him in purple. I'm like, that's not his color. That's the light of purple reflecting
That's the
off of him.
lighting in the yeah. That's the lighting in the room that he's in.
I'm like, people don't have the
Right.
art. People don't have no artist eyes. But yeah, that was so. Now getting to where I finally saw the movie. Me and the wife saw the movie. Um, I liked it for what it was. I have my issues with it. I still like it for what it is. I don't hate it as much as everybody does. Um, of course, we all know that there was things that should have been removed and trimmed down.
Mhm.
The ending, I got two things to say. It's a love hate relationship there. I don't like how at the end Mystique is now leading the X Men.
I
I
agree.
don't like that. And
I agree. I
what's
agree.
sad was I think she was coming off Jennifer Lawrence. I mean, was coming off the heels of Mockingjay Part One at that year. I think Mockingjay Part One had already released, or I think Mockingjay Part Two wrapped up since then. And my goodness, when every time I watch Mockingjay Part One and Jennifer Lawrence is yelling and stuff, I'm like, what? Or at least when you see it in Passengers, if any of you guys remember Passengers when she's
I,
yelling,
mhm.
I'm like, filmmakers. I need to give you guys. I need to issue you guys a tip through a note, a postage note. When every time you work with Jennifer Lawrence, stop making her scream or yell. She sounds like
I
Luann
agree.
from King of the Hill every time she screams. Go ahead, Leia plus size.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say that I do agree with, even though I like the ending, I did not like her as the leader of the X-Men. I really felt that speech should have been Professor X talking. I didn't like that. That was giving me a sign of some things to come. Professor X is the leader of and creator of the X-Men. That should be his authority to, not hers.
Especially when she
So
was leading
I
them
just
into
would
the
say that,
fight.
Mhm.
right.
When she
Exactly.
was talking about don't hold
Exactly.
back, I'm like, this sounds like Storm from Last Stand moment here, and I should not be reminded of Storm from Last Stand. I do not need to be reminded of Storm from Last Stand. And here's the thing: I'm more leaning with Storm because she earned her pedigree. So
Mhm.
I'm a little
Right.
lenient on her, but I'm like, at this point, I should not be reminded of Storm, but worse. This to me, Mystique at this point still look like a teenager, just trying to lead a clubhouse group.
It felt, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Wolfton Media. It was like this is X-Men, not Mystique and the X-Men, and that was the unfortunate. I mean, because if I had to change anything, but we'll get into that later. But that was one of the things that I have against the movie is that Mystique's plot. Mystique is kind of I don't know, feels very shoehorned in. Like
Yeah,
she's there
so instead of
specifically.
Wolverine, they switched them out with Mystique because they wanted to prop up another breakout star like Hugh Jackman. The
Mm-hmm.
problem is that Jennifer Lawrence don't really have a good enough pedigree to really break that mold out. She's
Mm-hmm.
only been since she was finally done with X-Men. She hasn't really been in any substantial movies as of late, other than Black Swan and Mother, and that's just her just trying to break into risque movies where obviously they're trying to
No, she
really
wasn't in Black Swan. Red Sparrow.
Did I say Black Swan?
Black
Yeah,
Swan
you
was
said Black
Natalie
Swan.
Portman.
Yes,
Oh wow.
right.
My brain had gone crisscross because even Natalie Portman was trying to do those kind of risque movies too.
Mm-hmm.
I just remembered that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So she's going. There you go, right there. Then there you go, right there. Jennifer Lawrence is trying to be the next Natalie Portman in a way, and failed apparently
Mm-hmm.
because nobody liked Mother, and nobody really liked Red Sparrow.
No. Nope.
Which is funny
No.
because somebody had used clips for that movie to make a fan made trailer for Black Widow before we finally got that Black Widow
Widow.
trailer.
Right.
Yeah.
That was actually pretty cool. Go ahead, Leaiplussize.
I was gonna say, yeah, I saw a lot of people did a ton of those videos and used Red Sparrow. They called Red Sparrow the pre Black Widow story. They like to call Red Sparrow, like the person before Black Widow came in. So that's a lot of nicknames that they give it. But I saw a lot of fan made videos on that myself.
Well, she was a Russian in that one, and I don't know how good her Russian was, but I didn't see it. So, I peeked at it when I was at work while I was working, but the only thing I saw was her breaking her leg when she did ballet, and that was brutal.
Yes, it was. Well, I'm going to confess this, and many probably, but I think Jennifer's Russian was better than Scarlett's. Scarlett didn't even try to do. Scarlett Johansson didn't even try to do a Russian accent. At least Jennifer Lawrence tried to give you some accent that I'm from Russia. But from my understanding, Natalia Romanoff, who Scarlett's playing, is Russian. But it would have been nice to hear a little bit, but it didn't hurt. I still wrote with the performance, but
No,
like I said,
I'll give Jennifer Lawrence that credit.
I was a bit of I'm a bit of apologist when it comes to Johansson, because it's coincidentally, you guys probably don't know about this, but there was a movie that she was in where she played a daughter in a Russian family.
Oh, is it called Fighting with Your Family? No.
That's
No, that was I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, but it's a family movie, but she didn't even try. Well, technically she didn't try, but actually you can infer that when the young generation are born in America, they don't really bother. They don't really have an accent to speak of because they hung around the Americans a lot. But that didn't call for them to make her try. But yeah, it's kind of I bring that up because it's very coincidental that she keeps ended up in places where Russian is required. Even I think Under the Skin is also she was also in Russia somewhere or some European country.
Talk about a slow burn, that movie.
Yeah,
But it was good.
I'm just asking, like, what is her with Russian with Russian setting or Russian characters that interest so much? Because she doesn't even bother. Like I said, she doesn't even bother doing a Russian accent. Wouldn't you guys agree?
I do agree, actually.
I'm,
Yeah.
Yes, I do agree. I just said yes. She doesn't try to put. You can put some effort into it, but she doesn't even try because Natalia Romanoff is Russian. Even if
mm-hmm,
Natalia is uh now Scarlett was playing her like she was born in America, but she wasn't. She was a Russian
mm-hmm.
um a Russian spy, and Scarlett, I thought, well, maybe in the first film she'll get there. She'll get there. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
never. She just didn't even
wouldn't it have
try
been
to put
interesting?
forth effort.
Wouldn't
because
it
the
have been
real.
interesting that? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut in. Uh,
Go ahead.
wouldn't it have been interesting if she is speaking perfect American, but then under an espionage mission, she suddenly can speak perfect Russian?
Well, she did speak Italian
Yeah.
at one point,
Okay,
or
yeah,
at least
I can
Latin.
buy that.
I'm just saying the reason why
I
I'm
can
more
buy.
of an apologist is because I have met a few people who were raised from elsewhere, but have since the accent starts to deteriorate for the prolonged living of around Americans. So I tend to be a bit of an apologist in that front because you can infer that she slowly but surely over the years, considering her age, how old she's supposed to be in these movies, you would say that she spoke so many languages at this point that the accent decides to just fade away. But there should at least be a little slight hint of it every once in a while. Give
That makes
credit where
sense.
credit where credit is due to Halle Berry as Storm. At least she tried. I mean,
Yeah.
as much as I'd like to say no, but I'm like, compared to Charlotte, I'm like, at least Halle Berry tried.
What try it with an accent?
Hmm.
Well,
At
she
least we got.
dropped it. They
Yeah, she did.
and she dropped it after the first movie, which was probably a good idea. It's really because like it was going in and out in the first X-Men film. It's like the accent she was trying to pull was going in and out. Like she didn't know really what kind of accent to use for Aurora. She just didn't know really. Like she couldn't come up with something. So I think it was a good idea
If
for
you
her
knew
to
the
just drop it all together.
if you kind of knew the
Figured out.
history of the production of that movie, I don't think she had enough time to actually keep it consistent. Concerning the time frame of how that production went.
Mm-hmm.
In her defense,
Oh,
and
that's
in her defense, I'm being nice with Halle Berry here. I'm being
yes, you
nice
are.
for a change. Thanks
I
to
have a
John Wick
question.
Chapter 3.
I have a question. What
Go
did
ahead,
you think
Schooner.
of the What did you think of the storm in Apocalypse?
I liked her better, a lot better than Halle Berry. Um, Again, she's that chick that played Aaliyah in that Lifetime story of Aaliyah, but she did a good job. I didn't like the fact that they made her look like Mohawk Storm, but I did like her suit. I did like her accent. Her accent was really good. What's your take on her Leaiplussize?
I thought she was okay. I'm like you. I didn't care for the Mohawk Storm. I don't know why they're obsessed with that. I thought she was okay. Okay is probably the best word. I didn't hate her because I know this is the first our first introduction to Storm, so I get it that she's young like that. But it I thought she was okay. So it wasn't bad, but it wasn't really great. Didn't really blow me away. She didn't make it her own, but it wasn't so bad, you know. So that's my take on it. I would have liked her in her costume from the comics, but I forgot this is movies, so she can't wear that original outfit that she wore in the comics when she's first
Yeah,
introduced.
I think it's because they don't want her having flowy hair. It's like they're trying to this is my speculation, and this is from an artist's speculation, by the way. I think the reason why they keep giving her that mohawk because they don't want the burden of drawing her hair flowing when it comes to her activating her powers, because she's in the air majority of the
I,
time when she uses her powers, and they don't want the burden of drawing her hair flowing, so they
right.
substitute it with the mohawk because it's easier to just draw a shape and add some lines into it, which is lazy at worst. And I'm not even saying best. I'm saying worse. Like that's laziness on their part that they keep trying to. It's fun. It's funny because I I have this sinking suspicion too. Um, this is them trying to push that inclusivity stuff, right? I'm like, okay, you pushing that inclusivity, all that stuff. Why is it that? Let me ask you this, guys. Why is it that the white women get to have long hair, but not Storm? Storm gets to have a mohawk. Period. Answer me that.
Yeah.
Why? Why do they
Well,
get? Why they get to keep? Like Jean Grey still has her has her long hair, but they majority of the time they put it in the ponytail. I'll give you the I'll give you the spotlight later once I'm done with my rant a little bit, my little quick rant.
I
You
feel
know,
as you do. I would have loved her hair to be. I think it's. I love it when her hair flows wild when she starts to use her powers and the wind is blowing and she's raging the wind and she's commanding
hmm
elements. I love that. So
yeah.
I agree with
I'm
you. I
just
think
saying.
it's just plain lazy for her not to have
Let,
that. That's why I
let me
resented
list them
it.
off. Let me list off the white women that get to keep their hair the way they do. S- Uh, Jean Grey, that is new Jean Grey. Um, X-23, Emma Frost, uh, who else? Psylocke. Uh, dang, I'm actually really stalling on here. Wow, this should not be this hard for me. Point still stands. I picked four of them already. That's good enough for me. Let's go with that. There's four. Those women get to keep their long hair. Oh yeah, let's not forget Rogue. But again, majority of the time, both Jean and Rogue are the ones that get to wear their hair in the ponytail. But all these other white women get to keep their long hair, but not.
Even
Thank you,
even
Brian.
Mystique to keep her long hair too.
Yeah, and yet Storm's the one that gets the mohawk only.
Hmm.
And I bet and I dare them. I dare them to say, "Well, we want her to stand out." Oh, screw you! She has white hair. She's standing out enough.
Hmm.
Don't pull that BS on me
Hmm.
that you're trying to make sure she stand out. She has white hair. She's an African. She's already standing out.
Now, if they're worried about
Don't
her hair flowing, don't
Exactly.
later actually
Exactly.
have her wearing some kind of a headset. You know, they're worried
a
about the hair
headband
flowing.
or
Yeah,
put in a bun
yeah.
at least. I'm like, don't get. I'm pretty sure now that they have her with flowing hair this time, but like I'm just saying, like back then they were just really leaning into that mohawk thing. Like, how is it okay for her to have a mohawk but not nobody else? Why can't Rogue have
Exactly.
one? Rogue could look good with a mohawk.
Hmm.
Why couldn't or why couldn't Psylocke at least? Which funny
Exactly.
enough they made her
Exactly.
speak. They're trying to make her full on Japanese because apparently it's not okay to have a British woman's mind in a Japanese body and speaking English, British English. So we got appropriate we got properly appropriate like you guys don't give a excuse me, let me do that. Let me try this. You guys don't give a snoot about context, do you? You guys don't really care about the history of these characters at all. Y'all surface level. That's all y'all is, surface level. Y'all don't
Hmm.
see the inside of us. That's why I say you guys see us nothing but vessels and things. We're just
Hmm.
vessels and things to you. But we can have that conversation when we get to the fun part of this stream. But let's not stall any longer. Let's look at the teaser trailer that got everybody excited, shall we?
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead.
All right. So I'm gonna give the count of three, and everybody in the chat, y'all give us y'all thoughts on this teaser. Did this? Let me start with this question: did this teaser get you excited for this movie?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, and
Yes,
play.
it did. Yes.
Turn it down just a little bit. Was that too loud for you guys?
Nope.
Okay, I'll just bring it up just a little bit. I like the song that they use for it too.
Mm-hmm.
Caliban, by the way, for those who are not in the know, a Morlock. She didn't even. She forgot her accent.
Because Moira's Scottish.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is.
Yes, I
Oh,
kept saying that.
another point I need to bring up. They didn't bother with her makeup at all this much in this movie for
Mm-mm.
Mystique. It got worse in Dark Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Olivia Munn as Psylocke. Oh, shut up!
This
I already
trailer
hit the,
gave me goosebumps when Charles Xavier's being taken.
yeah. Nice Beast makeup. I like that catch when he the fist.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of bad hair, mohawks, look at Angels.
Yeah.
Oh, I love when his eyes goes black like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Still getting that goosebumps right now. Now this is a cool final shot right here.
Yeah. I
He
mean,
embraced his he
mhm.
embraced his Patrick Stewart.
Well, that was the funny thing because when he heard that he was fine, when it's hilarious because when James McAvoy found out he was going to be playing Charles Xavier, he immediately shaved his head for the role, and only after they told him, actually, no, we needed your hair. So, X-Men First Class, James McAvoy is actually wearing a wig.
It's a good looking wig too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Leaiplussize muted herself. She's probably busy at the moment.
But
We can keep talking.
but that's what that trailer did. This is, I mean, X-Men: Days of Future Past. This is around the time the Marvel Cinematic Universe was really hyping up. So now they're amping up their universe, especially X-Men.
Hmm.
So
Trying to
right
play
now,
catch up.
yeah, and I'm just like going, all right, cool. We're gonna get epic world-ending events. We're finally gonna get X-Men proper. Because that's what really hyped me up too when I saw this trailer. I saw Storm, I saw Jean, I saw Cyclops. I'm like, yes, and even Nightcrawler. I'm like, finally we're getting the
We're
night.
getting Nightcrawler back.
Yeah, we're gonna see the original team, and we did get it, and I was happy that we got it. But again, it's like the movie is like Mystique and the X-Men.
Hmm. And I kind of wish that I kind of wish that this was the lineup that they went with First Class. But like I
Mm-hmm.
said, I was being very lenient with that movie because at least it's not Wolverine leading the charge this time around. It's actually a team being a
Mm-hmm.
team.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, it's like they're falling back into that whole Wolverine shtick again. But this time it's Mystique, and I'm like, no, this is not.
Mm-hmm.
You guys had it. You guys
Yeah.
freaking had it. You had it in
Mm-hmm.
2 movies. Why you keep falling back on that? Why do you keep falling back on a certain character is the main star of this movie franchise? This is where you screwing up at. Stop doing that.
Hmm.
This goes to anybody who's really willing to bring the X-Men into the MCU. Stop centralizing one character. It's the team. That's
Hmm.
like look at Avengers, or at least look at the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe when Avengers come onto screen. It's not always a centralized character that's driving the plot. It's the team.
And if
Yes,
you are going to
not too many
centralize,
of the team members. I'm saying yes, not too many of the team members are getting enough screen time, but there's still a team on screen.
hmm
I'm,
and
s-
if you're going to
I'm s-
centralize, at the very least, make it a centralized character that is compelling, like Charles Xavier, or or create a story centered around a character that involves the whole team. Because that's basically what I'm saying. If you're going to centralize on a character, centralize on it, but have it affect the whole team because they're a team. So if one is feeling down, the others go and help that one.
Exactly. Go ahead, Leaiplussize. You want to say something?
I didn't mean to interrupt. I had to step away for a bit because I had a phone call and I had to take it. Um, the last thing I heard was I see that I was still able to finish the trailer, and you were talking about the team, or there was too much emphasis on a certain character. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Or
Like
Yep.
later on, like they kept falling back on that. That's the problem. They kept falling back on the centralized character when it's supposed to be about a team. Whereas, in First Class and Days of Future Past, yes, Wolverine was driving the plot, but at the end of the day, there were a team in Days of Future Past. There was still a team. There was a team effort in that. Whereas in the next two films, it's a centralized character going on again. I'm like, this is why you keep failing.
Exactly. And in fact,
I agree.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Scott. I was just going to say I agree.
But didn't Wolverine emphasize in Days of Future Past, you have to find us, the X-Men, train us, lead us. We're going to need you. And then in the next movie, they're not even, I mean, they're more secondary than anything else.
hmm
I mean, and don't get me
Yeah,
wrong, I love their introduction. We got great introduction for Cyclops and the way he meets
Took them long
Jean.
enough.
Took him long enough, exactly. And his what's the actor's name who plays Cyclops?
Ty Sheridan.
Yeah, Ty Sheridan. He has great chemistry with Sophie Turner. I can really believe that the two of them.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, I know. And from the limited time the two of them are on screen together, you can tell that there is a fondness they have.
hmm
Now, can we get more of that, please?
Yeah, Sophie Turner. I was actually shocked that they chose Sophie Turner. Um, they picked
You
her around the time when Game of Thrones was still on air, and they were airing. I think at the time they were airing season 5, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that is why I read that's why she was chosen. They had another actress in mind, but they believed at this time Game of Thrones was extremely popular, and they believed that casting her would make the box office gross even bigger because people
It
would want to
didn't work,
come.
but
Mm-mm.
let's just say it didn't work. But I was okay with their choice in hiring her to be Jean because my goodness, Sophie, wow, like I can't say who's the definitive Jean right now because I still love Femke Jessen too, just as much. But wow,
Exactly.
if they have to reboot the X-Men again, please pick Sophie again for Jean at least. If anything, um, you know who will be my next pick though? If anything, what's her face? I'm blanking on her right now. Uh, I would say Roxy from Kingsman at best.
Huh.
Have you guys remember
Yeah,
Kingsman? Have you seen
Yeah.
Kingsman?
I do.
The Secret Service.
Remind me who was Roxy again in that film? Who
She
was?
was that blonde haired girl that blew
Eggsy.
up that that blew up the satellite with those
Mhm,
two balloons.
Oh, okay. I
mhm.
see now. Okay. All right. Because I can't
Either
think of the way.
her, either her or hmm, think British. Kidding, not British. Give me your suggestion, Let Plus Size.
See, here's the thing. I wish I could because basically on film, I still feel like they haven't quite hit Jean Grey yet. And I don't mean is Phoenix a Dark Phoenix, but just really hit who she is. Like she was like I still feel like the cartoon again. I have to go
They're
back to the
they're scared.
cartoon.
They're scared. They're scared to make Jean Grey because what is she? Jean Grey was supposed to be the epitome of the archetype feminine. She's
Yes,
smart, she's beautiful, and she's very compassionate.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
then they're
agree.
That's
afraid
a big
they.
deal. That's a big deal right there. The compassion part.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Because
They
she
have to
is
I ab-
go ahead. Uh, Schooner, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Schooner. Continue.
well, because Jean Grey is also, like I said, she is what a lot of people call the sacred feminine. She is powerful, but she's not one of those uh, uh, individuals that flaunts her power. She is the embodiment of compassion, support, and the
Boy,
X
did the
Men.
comic writers fail to remember that memo. Get that memo.
I know, because here's the thing: she almost again, the X Men are supposed to be the family, and if we're looking at it from a family unit perspective, Cyclops is the father, Jean is the mother,
Right.
Wolverine's the cranky uncle,
The
Beast is
veteran
the
uncle.
Beast is the nice uncle who's the book smart. Charles Xavier is grandpa. Okay, he is grandpa, and but they almost never get that right with Jean because they are afraid because that is no longer the feminine they want to portray on film anymore, and that's why Black Widow was killed off because she's no longer the feminine they want to project.
I agree 100% with that analysis because when you think back to the comics with Jean Grey, when they did the Phoenix Saga and she turned into the Dark Phoenix, how devastated that was to a lot of the readers and to the script because this was the last person they wanted to see destroyed because she was not this she wasn't a person, she did not have that type of personality. This was the last person you want to see that was so tortured by the Dark Phoenix and then to make the sacrifice that she had to make. So that was devastating to a lot of people to lose that character because she was the heart of the X-Men, as Spooner said. It's her compassion that was one of her biggest strengths. That she was, I'll never forget, one of the best ways of her compassion is how she helped Rogue in the episode where Miss Marvel's mind was really torturing Rogue, and
Oh yeah.
um,
Yeah.
she uh, uh, she had to she really was. That episode was a good way to show her power and all of her qualities because she eventually is the one that has to help Rogue. So I agree with what Schooner said exactly. I've always said on film they've never got it right, and I think it's for the very reasons that Schooner just explained. They're afraid to show who she really is because they consider that weak. She's not Mystique.
Would
She's
you
not
would
any of
you
those other characters.
would you think it's from women who are raised by women that just hate themselves? Like little girls
Yes, I
raised to
think
hate
I,
their femininity.
I think that's a part of it. Yes, I think that's a part of that because
Well,
Jean, as you know, Wolf, Jean was always, I told you, one of my favorite characters in the X-Men franchise, and I think it's because of the reasons Spooner said. She's well rounded. There's the beauty, there's the
wasn't
femininity,
afraid to
there's the
be a
strength.
woman. She wasn't afraid to be a woman.
Right,
Hmm.
exactly. Yes, exactly. And compassionate. And those are beautiful qualities. But the SJW psychopaths these days hate that. They don't like that because they hate themselves. So they don't want to see that, especially with compassion. There is no compassion in these movies these days. They don't want to
Almost
have that.
every single woman has a hard-on hatred for the Y chromosome.
Yes, and that's what they wanted to see, and she is not that. That is why, so far for me on screen, I've never gotten a proper Jean Grey. I've never seen a Jean Grey as proper as it was in the cartoon. I've never seen it done yet. So I really, whoever to pick Jean Grey has to portray Jean Grey as she is, but that's going to be tough because they don't like her for the very reason that Schooner just explained.
I mean, there was a reason why the term sacred feminine was coined in history. Anyway, I'm just saying. But I think Sophie Turner does a good job, though, at conveying in this movie. She's doing a good job at conveying a young Jean Grey, whom what I like about her is that she starts off on the wrong foot with Cyclops, obviously. She sees his power and, she says, all right, I'm impressed. But what's interesting is that most of the other mutants are avoiding Jean because, that instant when Apocalypse woke up and she's basically shaking the house. Who's the only one who walks up to her? It's Cyclops. And why? Because he's not afraid. And I'm just like, okay,
right.
So
yeah, that was.
And they're interesting in showing, a Jean Grey. That's another thing that I liked about this movie. They weren't afraid to, show that Jean Grey is raw immense power, but she's also a person.
Right. Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, and that's what sometimes they are forgetting these days with these films. They're not showing them as people. They're showing them as things or pronouns, and they think that is more important than them as a person. So that's that. I would agree with that because we're not seeing that now lately. We're not seeing this in this post culture of superhero films. They're not getting what makes that hero that hero. And one point is you have to start him off as a person.
Mm-hmm.
They think it's just power and punching and death to all men kind of mentality, and they think that is what's important, and it's not.
It's like what I said about I said this to Trooper FN 2525 one. I think either it was on I think as either live or in backstage. I like to harken back to the 2009 animated Wonder Woman movie, where it's Hippolyta and Persephone. It was down to
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It was down to them fighting, and they were fighting back and forth on different viewpoints of of what Hippolyta's hubris is versus
the desire of
Persephone.
Persephone.
Yeah, desire. Yeah, there you go. And she says this. She says this. She says to Hippolyta, "You like it's you who betrayed us." And Hippolyta says, "I made the Amazons warriors." Yes, but you didn't. But you denied them. But you denied. Yeah.
I know the line. I know the line. Can I say it, please?
Thank you. Help me out here.
She says, "You betrayed. You betrayed the Amazons." And Persephone says, "No, it was you who did that when you turned your back on mankind." And Hippolyta stabs her in the stomach and says, "You were given a life of peace and beauty." And Persephone says, "And denied one of families and children." Yes, we are warriors. The Amazons are warriors, but we are women too.
Mm-hmm.
And I even thought it was pretty interesting where they're having that fight. It's actually at the Vietnam Memorial, where they're having that fight at the Vietnam Memorial. And you look at when she says that, we are women too. And you look in the background and there's the memorial of all those lives who were taken during that war and that conflict, and how those individuals were denied the right to go home and to see their families.
I agree.
I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. And see, that's what's missing now with today's films, and with all of this culture and all of these, the SJWs do not forget that you're more than just your power. You're a woman first. You're a person first, and they are forgetting that. They think it's the other things that make you a person, but that's not the case. And that's why a lot of stuff is sucking right now, because they are forgetting to write these characters as people first, or as a woman
Mhm.
first, or I'm this. No, I'm this first before I'm anything else. And that's what
Hmm.
they are forgetting. And that's why Captain Marvel was gutter trash. And that's why a lot of other films were just, it was because no, your power
I
is
think
not
we
what
all
makes you who
like
you
how
are.
Leaiplussize. I think we all love how Leaiplussize have very interesting turns of phrases.
Mhm.
Trying to be as nice. Oh, I am trying to be as nice as possible. But Captain, I'm trying to say nice things.
Man pants.
Captain, yes, Captain Marvel was the beginning of this the start of the downfall of the MCU, and Miss Larson herself with her trap and her mouth and her not realizing what makes a character who they are, and they're not getting that.
Mean lady. He was a mean lady.
Very mean
Hmm.
lady, very mean lady. Yeah, her. Some people may find her attractive, but her ugliness is makes her ugly. She's yeah.
You know something, guys? We've gone way off
I
topic,
feel like
but
I feel like the Lorax though. They like go, don't mock a woman. That's a woman.
I'm just saying we gone way off topic. But we hit the 50 mark, so let's get into some comments. But before we do that, let's introduce the ever so brilliant star Neil Star Production with his ever so lovely introduction. The brilliant star that shines through the night, the speedy blur that confounds crime. Rise, our man stands before you. Rise, our man. Rise, our man. 心属衰呀黑的 Rise, our man. Rise, our man. Rise, our man. 开启还在气 Get punch. Rise, our man. Yeah,
He's the riser man.
he is the Rise, our man.
That never gets old. That introduction never gets old. Yes.
It's funny. Is the joke in that introduction is that it's never consistent. So let's start with Chris P. He says the opening sequence to I like the he says he's like the opening sequence to Apocalypse. I did like that opening sequence, by the way.
I did
Hmm.
too.
Where
I did too.
where oh, you know what? I like to comment about the violence in Days of Future Past. Right? They went overboard with the violence in this movie.
Yep.
Considering that before the opening happens, we had we had the four horsemen just really slaughtering people with their mutant powers here and there, and even they even got you know messed up too. You got one
Yeah.
dude getting crunched up, like
Mhm.
somebody took their hands and rolled them up like a ball. You got
Yeah.
you got
Oh,
one
the
character that gets
one with
smashed by
the
debris, get
yeah.
crushed by the.
I'm
Go
sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
They
go
just
ahead, Schooner.
basically one shot it. This one of the horsemen one shots these two guys, and they're immediately skeleton and muscle.
Oh yeah.
That was brutal. And then the other one tries to dive down on Apocalypse, and she just folds him like in a Rubik's cube.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god!
I'm like, wow. Brian Singer was the one that directed this, right?
Yes, he was.
He
Yes, he
was
came
really
back to
pushing.
direct this one.
It seemed like he was trying to push that R rating or something, trying to push it to make it an R or something. Because man, like I
Mm-hmm.
said, it's like he was trying to. It's like he was trying to top Days of Future Past in this one. And the opening you got which everybody will mostly agree for the most part that it's like one of the best openers of the X-Men openers, where it's transcending through time through wars and all that stuff, which was a neat idea there,
Mm-hmm.
because considering what all the other ones were doing at the time. Um, Bruh, that sequence with Wolverine and Weapon X.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, yes. That is one of the highlights of the movie.
Everybody love that Weapon X sequence. Everybody.
Well, because it's what we've been waiting for. We've been. How long have we been waiting for that?
Yeah, far too long. Far too long, for that matter. But other than that, what you thought about the violence, Leaiplussize?
Yeah, it was more. It was a little bit more than I expected, but then again, not as shocking as I've seen in some other films.
Right,
But I will agree, it's a little bit more than it was, but it wasn't enough to repel me from the movie. I
right.
like I said, these are the X-Men. X-Men world is violent. I actually thought that maybe other films with Wolverine in them, the last two with Wolverine in them, might be a little bit more violent because we know his nature. But I didn't
Exactly.
find it. I didn't find it enough to turn me off. It actually, like you said, to go back to the opening sequence, I did think that was a great sequence. It got me excited. I'm like, okay, this is going to be good, because I like the way that they're doing this and telling Apocalypse's beginning, which I think I like that sequence because it didn't go over the top. It was timed just right of his origin. So that worked for me. But the violence didn't repel me from the film. I was still able to hang
Mm-hmm.
on.
No, we all know we were okay with it. I'm just saying, it's like, it was quite shocking. It was quite shocking to see, like they were really like trying to mess with that that PG-13, to
Mm-hmm.
say the least. They're
Mhm.
Like
they were
the
just really tempting them to try to give them an R rating, is what I'm saying.
push that envelope. I get it. Um,
Yeah.
I even like the new idea they had from Apocalypse, where he can transfer himself over to other bodies and still retain the other mutants that he has transferred over into.
Yeah, and best of all, the latest mutant that he transferred his conscience to was a mutant that actually is, his mutant ability is that he's immortal,
Mm-hmm.
I believe, or at
Right.
least he has a strong healing factor.
A strong healing factor, yeah. Which was awesome, which would explain why he was so preserved all those years, which is pretty cool. Would have been
Right.
cool if if they went the evolution route and did the Eye of Ages, but personally, I'm gonna go on a bit of a rant. If I had directed this movie, I would have gone more with a Brendan Fraser's Mummy route, where
Yeah,
despite he looks like a decomposing corpse, but is gray and his veins are blue. So when he awakens in the world, he's trying to, very similar to X-Men evolution. He's enacting a plan, but over time, as he consumes, like a vampire, he consumes human flesh and stuff like that, he starts getting younger again.
I agree.
That's how I would have
Good
done it.
idea.
Make it a little more terrifying.
You
Hey, I
want to
like that.
interject? You want to interject? Leah plus size. Go ahead.
I like that idea. I do. I think that would have raised the stakes a little bit and make him more terrifying than the film shows him to be. But for me, I would have went the Thanos route more of. That's one of the things I said. Like I said, I'm not gonna get into it. The disappointment of Apocalypse. I was expecting him to be a little more Thanos like, and
Hmm.
in his presence, or you know to show the X-Men they're really dealing with something that they've never dealt before, and that's kind of the route I would have went with that. But I kind of like him with the Thanos route. Him when he comes back into our century, it's already clear in his mind that he is the right. What he is doing is for the right of mankind, which is to destroy normal humans and bring in the mutants because it's for the good of mankind, which probably what makes him terrifying because
Mm-hmm.
that's how I would present him as when he arises. and he sees the world as it is, he realizes, yes, I am the man to do this, and I can't be stopped because I'm beyond mortals. And
Exactly.
yeah, I am beyond mortals. So he shouldn't have any fear, or it should be nothing to him. But maybe at first he tries to reach out to the X-Men
Bless
because
you.
they're mutants, and he would try to embrace them. And when he sees that they don't follow his plan, then he said, "Well, I must sadly have to take you out too because you're not on board with the vision that I see of what the world should be, and that is
Hmm.
not humans but mutants." So I would have went that route. Not to say Schooner's idea wasn't bad, but in my mind, that's what I would have went with.
Yeah,
More Thanos like
but
in his.
I agree with actually what you were saying, Leia plus size. He could even portray himself as this messiah figure, saying, "I was thwarted years ago from turning all of mankind into mutants, but I did." We can even play that little maybe he succeeded, where
Yeah.
creating what would become the first mutant. In fact, one of the cool ideas I would have had is that what if at the end of Days of Future Past, after he's assembling the pyramid, he looks up into the sky and he says something has changed. Like even from that far back, he can tell when a timeline's been altered.
Oh, that would have been cool. Yeah. Yep. That would have been cool. Yep. So when he does
Brian,
appear, maybe he feels he has to get it back on track or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Gil Martin says, "I thought the commercials for Apocalypse looked pretty cool. I did too when we were having network TV when we had network TV at the time. They were really pushing that marketing for this movie, especially that second trailer that came about. That second trailer made it very somber, like the consistency with the somberness to the teaser to the actual trailer was really nice. Especially that song, "We Live in a Beautiful World." Remember that?
Exactly.
That
Yeah,
that was a
I
very
do.
somber song. Chris P says, "I saw both Days of Future Past and Apocalypse at the cheap movie theater." Well, at least you're, at least you're honest. Not kidding.
Yeah, at least he's honest.
I think some of
Quicksilver
the best movies are at those cheap movie theaters.
Quicksilver scenes in both movies were cool. I have to disagree on the second Quicksilver scene. I thought it was kind of gratuitous.
I agree. It felt like a rehash of Days of Future Past. Still, though, I did like a bit of the nuance that they were doing with it because as he's running around the X mansion, you can see that the explosion's getting
Yeah,
increasingly worse, which means he's on this time around. Time isn't stopping. He's on borrowed time, and you
right.
actually, I mean, you see him drinking the tab, you see him eating the pizza, like he's clearly pushing himself.
That could have worked with me had they not have Sweet Dreams playing in the background.
Well, they had Time in a Bottle, a 70s song, so now they needed a distinct 80s song. And the Eurythmics, I mean, would you have preferred to Take On Me?
Nah,
Take
nah.
on me.
I'm just saying, like it just that tone shift what threw me off is what I'm saying. It's like the moment you
You
get
know
this
what? You're right.
seriousness where Havoc literally tries to stop Apocalypse and ends up causing a chain reaction within the mansion due to hitting the X jet, and then all of a sudden, doom, 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 doom. I'm like, oh no, what the heck is this? A commercial now? I'm
Oh,
just like,
complete with the Nike logo and everything.
that's what I'm saying. I have expected Coca-Cola logo to pop up or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. I'm just, bruh. My jaw was agape when that explosion happened. I was like, oh, and then boom, boom, boom. I'm like, what the heck is this? My my mood changed within a snap.
Yeah.
That's how bad that was. Like compare that to the time in the bottle scene where stuff is about Snoop is about to get real. Like stuff is about to go down because you got the body language. You have Eric ready to launch some pots and pans at the security guards. You got them readying their guns to shoot them, knowing full well that he's gonna probably take them out.
Mm-hmm.
You have Xavier coming in to stop Eric in that brief moment, and then everything just pause. and
Yeah.
then that's where Quicksilver puts his his headphones on and just go to work and just he's all business there. He's basically all business there. He's got he redirects the bullets. He redirects the fists and all that stuff, and that's where things go back to normal. And that's where
Yeah, and that's
it's still
another thing that
serious.
I like. That's another thing I like too in Days of Future Past. If you watch the slow motion scene closely, Eric is moving all Magneto is moving all of the knives and is heading it in the direction of those of the guards. If you watch the scene closely as he's moving around, he's moving the knives away from the guards just as he's moving the bullets away from the X-Men. So
Yep,
he's not. So it's clear he's not. He may be on their side, but he's not. I don't kill people.
exactly. And
Exactly. Yes, I agree.
you get to that Quicksilver scene again in Apocalypse, and I'm just like, so he's fixing somebody's hair, okay? Then he busts the moonwalk in the middle of it, like, bro,
Mm-hmm.
bro, hang on, whoa. Hey, slow your roll. Shouldn't you be saving people right now? You shouldn't be busting on moonwalks here. If Spider-Man had your powers, he would be taking this way seriouser. And he's the guy with the quips all the
Mm-hmm.
time. Come on now, quick. That's bruh. That's what, bruh. When I saw him do that, I was ready to leave the theater.
Especially just going backtracking a little bit. Especially since this is my favorite scene in the entire movie when Xavier is using Cerebro and to find Magneto, and then Apocalypse jumps in and basically hijacks him. I love the music and the style, not just the music, the tone, and you're seeing the nukes go up in the air, and you're like, oh my god, this is it. This is Age of Apocalypse that's going to happen. But no, he
He blows him
basically
up.
he just sends them up into the sky. But I'm still like going, okay, but that scene did its job. That built up tension and that showed stakes. And I thought, wow. And you just realize, once again, you're reaffirmed how powerful Cerebro is. If Charles Xavier wanted to, he could have taken over the minds of every person on the planet.
And could have started Judgment Day.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the read I got when I saw that scene too. That's one of my favorite moments as well in the film. That it's one of the it doesn't have a lot, but that's a really good, again, really good moment. And I have to agree on that with
We'll,
Charles.
we
And
shall cleanse their world with fire, and upon the ashes, we will build a better one.
Yeah. I especially like the one line that terrified me more than anything. He's like, oh my God. And then Apocalypse goes, thank you for letting me in.
oh,
And he's just
And
like
that,
going, not good. Oh crap, what happened?
mind you, guys, this is Poe Dameron playing Apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Let's not forget this. This is Poe Dameron, aka Oscar Isaac, playing Apocalypse. Bruh, since then, ever since every time I see a movie that has Oscar Isaac in it, I'm game. I'm like, okay, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Because he played Apocalypse and he played them good.
Have you ever
Leaiplussize,
seen?
you want to say something, didn't you?
I was going to go back to the part about it did give you a taste of just how super, like Scooter said, how incredibly powerful Xavier's mind is. Like Scooter said, if he wanted to, cause World War III, he could, but he doesn't. So it takes a
Hmm.
lot of self-discipline for Xavier to hold himself back.
He's not Eric. Let's just say that he's definitely not Eric. I'm pretty sure
Right.
if Eric was in his position, he would probably do that. But
Yes.
that's one thing that highlights the respect that each one has.
Precisely. To ask a question, what did you guys think of Xavier in this movie?
I liked him. I loved him actually. Let me rephrase that. I loved him because this is where he was at his most vulnerable against somebody so powerful, and especially when he's trying his best to contact his friend who's who apparently reneged on his plans for world domination in the last movie.
Big missed
That
opportunity for that one.
Oh my God, that made me so angry. I absolutely agree. That's when this film was starting to lose me. I'm like, what idiot got was I don't know what they were
Apparently, Brian
smoking.
Singer.
Oh God, what was his
He
problem?
did not commit.
That just he just that's what I was waiting. I said, I know Magneto is gonna rock in this film, and I come in and see him like, huh? Well, he's working in a
He's got a new family. He's working. He's got a human lover, a mutant daughter. I'm just like, did I miss something in the script,
Her
or
patient is actually pretty cool. She can talk and control animals. That's pretty interesting.
yes? But still, it's like we were hoping for again. We still was hoping for world domination, Magneto, but apparently he saw religion and decided to start a family. And
Yeah,
no, don't get the wrong idea. Don't get the wrong idea. I would have been okay with Magneto actually starting a family and lose stopping his crusade. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for that. That is not how Days of Future Past ended his story on. They
no, exactly.
they ended his story on him preparing to do his own little Magneto thing.
Uh huh. Exactly. Because he, even at the end of that movie, despite the fact that they've quote unquote stopped the assassination of Trask, Magneto is like going, what remains for me is that dark future that I was told, and I intend to prevent that future by any means necessary.
Hmm.
So
just
what
because
Magneto
Trask
would
was not killed.
God Leaiplussize.
Just because Trask was killed that day does not mean Magneto's goals died. His
Mhm.
his
Or at least
strength was
stopped.
still there, or he stopped. He did not change. So when it didn't. It's like you said, when we go into apocalypse, that's what I'm thinking that he is doing. That perhaps he is still on the move to gather the Brotherhood. But I've come to find out that he's become like a domesticated sitcom dad. So that continuity has nothing to do with that. That's get what you. I understand what you're saying, but that
But
was
better,
not in the context of who he is. So I was thrown off by that.
it would have fit better once we get into Dark Phoenix. It would have fit way better in that regard.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. I was going to say that too. In my rewrite of Apocalypse, because I did rewrite it because I'm a nerd, that's
Hmm.
what Magneto would be doing. He would be building Genosha. He would not be, not that Genosha we saw in Dark Phoenix. Don't get me wrong, that's pretty cool. That can be like their little garden area, and you're thinking, oh, cool. Genosha's like this really
It's still
cool.
as you can say that that's in its infancy right now. It's not really the Genosha that we always see it depicted in comics, but
Yeah, or
it's in
you can even say
infancy.
that that's really cool. He's got a little reserve. What he's doing, little reserve, in what he's doing here, little small scale. That's pretty cool. Then the camera backtracks, revealing this massive metal city and showing, holy smoke, and you could, because the time jump works in this regard. He's been doing this for 10 years.
Hmm.
And that's
Mm-hmm.
10 years, and he didn't rely on humans. He has mutants there helping him.
Right.
So, and the world is also on high tension because of Magneto and Genosha and all of that.
Yeah. Well, if they
So,
get the idea to start building an army and start attacking, they can even breathe there for all we know
mhm. And
because
that's
it's
where
nothing
we
but
can even
mutants.
show Magneto's family. We can show, yes, he has maybe a wife or maybe even a lover and a child. Okay, that's still
Lorna could come into this movie if they can secure the rights, of course, because we all know how that works. They can only do that if they can secure the rights to certain characters, which is weird.
I know. I mean, you can even bring it. I mean, we don't even have to bring in Lorna. We can just say Wanda because we already got Quicksilver. Why not Wanda?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, that's what I would have. Yeah, I said, yeah, that's. I was thinking on that line. Let's favor the child, and the child's name was Wanda. That's
Mm-hmm.
the kind of a way you can a creative way or bringing her into the picture or into the universe and bring her back in there. And I don't want to jump the gun, but that would have probably helped them with WandaVision, but that's another story for another day.
Well,
But
it
Yeah.
even yeah, it could even make sense too because then you wonder why. Well, wait a minute, Wanda's here. Where the heck is Quicksilver? And Quicksilver could still be staying with his mom, and they're like going, Magneto can say, Quicksilver, why aren't you coming over here? And this ties perfectly back into Days of Future Past because he says, I saw you on the TV. I saw what you did. I'm not this whole little crusade. I'm not interested at all with that because Quicksilver is a rebel, always has been,
Hmm.
at least in this context.
Speaking of villains, I didn't really put down anything for this Thursday, but I think I finally decide on what topic will we be talking about this Thursday. I would like to have both of you on for this one because you guys raised some really interesting points as we talk about this stuff. And the title will be "What's Wrong with Female Villains?" or "What's Wrong with Villains as of right now." There seems to be a lack of variety in villains, since the only villain that we see is only straight white men.
Yeah.
yes, yes,
I don't
yes.
know if I'll be able to come in this Thursday. That's why Tuesdays were always more my thing because my
You're
schedule.
right. I
And
probably
I
have to bring Trooper FN 2525 into the mix then,
but I
because I
do
think
listen in the background and do drop in some comments. So I don't know
right,
if I'll be. I could probably stop in later, but don't quote me.
right. So I'm saying,
Sorry,
like, in
so
case
sorry.
of Leaiplussize dipping out, yeah, I'll fit if you're available, I'll fit you in. But I'll contact Trooper FN 2525 about this Thursday, and we'll see how that gonna go on Thursday. But it might be just me and you, Leaiplussize, until it's gonna be mostly me. If your time is of the essence on Thursday. What do you say, Leia?
I will let you know. But for right now, I'm in. I don't know if I can go for a long time, but
Right.
if you'll have me for like a good 2 hours, I
Yeah.
definitely would have a like to say because I think that's a very good topic and it's something that I'm noticing lately. So yes, I definitely think that's a very good topic to bring up. I would like to be a part of that discussion. So you can put me
Right.
down for that.
Samuel Oki says they'll make a mistake. Such a big deal was a mistake overall. He also adds, she's not such an in, she is not such an interesting character. Some characters serve better as sides in a group. She should have stayed there until they start making her. We will get into her in a bit, but I want to breeze through these comments for a bit, if you guys will allow me.
Sure, sure.
Yes, go right ahead. In fact, I've got to go to the little girls' room, so I'll be right back while you read those comments. So
Okay.
go ahead.
Chris P says, plus Olivia Munn is in Apocalypse, but that's for Ishi stream. Ha ha ha.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I can't believe I forgot that.
Yeah, she was not the best. She was not the best choice for Psylocke, but I was gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. I will say that I was giving her the benefit of the doubt because I did enjoy her in the G4 TV show Attack of the Show. She, if anything, my point of view from what I've seen her in Attack of the Show, she seemed like a really nice person until you get into Ishi's and Kat's read of her book called "Suck It, Wonder Woman." Wow,
Wow.
just
I
wow.
already, just by hearing that title, I'm already, geez.
It's way better than the. We all agree that it's way better than the Felicia Day book that they did a slashing on, and there's some I will admit there is some humanity to her, but yeah, she. I'll get to it. I'll I'm a loss of words is what I'm saying. I'm a little lost of words. Samuel Oki says, Mom was fine for what she was there for, though I don't have much of an impression she was inoffensive. He also adds, full disclosure, I was never a consistent reader of X-Men ever. That is that's almost the same with me. I was never really consistent with X-Men reading, let alone any Superman. My only taste of comic book nerdism, in the nerddom was always the animated side of Marvel and DC.
It turns out
When you
we were of the lucky generation because those cartoons stayed faithful to their adaptation. Today's
Yeah,
cartoons, given the political atmosphere, would never have followed
they're
those.
leaderless. If anything, they're really leaderless.
Yep.
They have no
And
leaders,
any leader and any potential leader who could step up is being torn down because they no longer, quote, as as Cyrus from Tron Uprising says, they don't exactly fit in with the image of perfection.
yeah. Brian Yomar says Mystique as a leader of the X-Men makes no sense considering she's been the enemy for the X-Men for years. Yeah, that's why I was saying that's where continuity in these movies start to lose me because they're supposed to be taking place in the same universe as the original movies, from
Mm-hmm.
stopping at basically stopping at Last Stand, which was erased through time, of course. But I'm like, so how's it supposed to line up with the first X-Men movie?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Actually,
you
what
could
could be
tell your
really
whole story, but it shouldn't really be a story that needs to be told at all to give context.
yeah. Well,
Go ahead.
they could have even. What I found interesting is that Wolverine. Charles Xavier went into Wolverine's mind, so he saw the original three X-Men movie play out.
Yeah.
So he's gonna know. So here's what I always thought was a missed opportunity because Beast says the quantum physics theory about time being immutable, and the current will always correct itself. So given with what he knows from Wolverine and what is transpiring, I think Charles Xavier would have developed countermeasures. So this is back to what I was saying. Why I liked what I like about Charles. I do like Charles Xavier in this movie, but the bit where he basically gave up on the X-Men, like building a team, see that rubbed me the wrong way. It's like he
It's
would
like
not.
one step forward, two steps back.
Exactly. I mean, it's Mystique's idea to start creating the X-Men. I'm like going, no way. Charles Xavier would never have given up on the X-Men, especially since everything that he saw, and he saw his future self, he would be cautious. What's the word? He would trust but verify. He would trust humanity, but he would like a little insurance. So
Hmm.
when Mystique tells them, you're not going out there crusading and fighting and all this kind of stuff, I would have loved for Charles to say, okay, well, look, before, like he'd say something like, okay, whoa, Raven, before you say something that actually hurts my feelings, why don't you actually come and take a look? And he shows them the X-Men
Hmm.
and they're training and they're fighting. And he's like going, we're going to do, we are doing what we have to do to protect mutants, but we're not going to do this Magneto's way or even your way.
That's your writer talk right there, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Chris P says Red Sparrow seemed more like Jennifer Lawrence was trying to be Black Widow. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I
Actually,
didn't see it.
I would have been,
I just know my wife's seen it, but like other than that, it was just not. It was interesting from a trailer standpoint, but I wasn't really that interested in it all that
if it could
much.
have been
Go
an
ahead.
origin movie, it could have been an origin movie for Black Widow, but instead it shows the woman who would be Black Widow's teacher.
Hmm. Brian Gamar says, "Is it weird that I'm playing the soundtrack to the Genesis X-Men game as I listen to the stream? Which one?"
Absolutely. It doesn't matter. Any Sega Genesis X-Men game, I'm in because I'm so down with that retro stuff.
Sammy Lee Oakley says, "Lots of people like the 80s punk storm look. Yeah, I did too for a time, but I'm saying it's overblown when you look at the modern interpretation of her. You got her in this in her traditional, not necessarily traditional X-Men, but like what's going for her outfit in the X-Men. And you got this mohawk thing going on, and it's like, stop, get some help." Melissa Harris and Son says, in the comics, them separating the Japanese woman and Betsy pissed me off. Yeah, yeah. He Samuel Lee also says Lawrence is such a loony. I don't know, man. She flip flops. She flips from being likable to being, what are you doing with your life? Because I heard in one story that she saved somebody's life, and that gives me the biggest respect for her towards
Mhm.
her. And then there's that one moment where she and other actors and comedians start doing that whole I'm sorry for this. You remember that?
Oh, the apology.
And I'm
Yeah,
like, Jennifer
um,
Lawrence is in this. What's I'm like? Oh no, girl, no, don't do this.
basically, she's just
Don't.
apologizing for being uh, everything. Basically, I apologize for being white. I apologize for any type of offenses I may have given, that I did not intend to. And then you got the scandal with her nude photos coming around online, which, oh, yes, those nude photos accidentally got leaked online. Right.
In her defense, she does have a hot body.
Oh, yes, of course she does. Of course she does.
I
Of course she
mean,
does. And the photos do show she works out.
she's got the drive to be an action star. She can try if she want, but the thing is that it really hurts that attempt when where you start at in your acting career, and sometimes it benefits those who do break out into that when they do sell it, but sometimes it's really hard. Like remember Taylor Lautner after Twilight, he got in a bit of action movies like X, what was it called again? Abduction, and this one parkour film that me and my wife saw on Netflix for a time. Like
Yeah, actually, I do remember that. I didn't see it, but
I didn't see
I
it
thought,
either. I
well,
didn't care for it.
I'm like going, well, that's good for him. At least he's going out and he's trying
Yeah,
something.
well he was. Now we don't really see him that much anymore. Had he branched out into action more after Shark Boy and Lava Girl, then I would have believed it. But he did Twilight before he started getting back into action,
Hmm.
and yeah, we all know how that sours things.
Why is Edward Batman?
I know that's a good question. Next thing you'll tell me, Harvey Dent's gonna be uh, what's that fucker's name? Oops, excuse me. Almost let that slip.
No,
Um,
no, 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 no. It's okay. You get one F bomb. You get one
I
F
know
bomb. This is a PG-13
it's
stream.
right. What's that? Oh goodness, the werewolf, the quote unquote werewolf in Twilight. Jacob. Why is next thing you know, Jacob is gonna be Harvey Dent Two Face.
And it turns out that he's secretly in love with Bruce Wayne.
That'd be really freaking funny. Melissa Harrison Son says, CW Pop Up Girls Race Swap Buttercup. Look it up, Wolf 10. I rather not. That's something I don't need. That's something I don't want. I don't, that's the thing. I don't want to be demoralized, is what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Especially when I'm doing art and I'm producing sketch artwork nonstop. I don't want to be demoralized. Arthur's
Maybe
Johnny says,
you'll get huge
go
underground
ahead.
with your art.
Say again?
You'll get huge underground with your artwork because the funny thing is that everybody. I'm referring back again to Victorian times. Everybody was kind of just covering themselves up and saying we must be prim and proper. When you look into their personal life, they were all perverts.
Arthur's Johnny says, sometimes it feels like Hollywood has forgotten about ensemble cast. They haven't. It's just that some people just don't got it. Most still do. Because there was Downtown Abbey,
Hmm.
and that was a really brilliant ensemble. I liked it. I for the amount I've seen it in. It
Well,
was
they
it
were
was all
smart to
right.
get out while they did.
Mm-hmm. Brian Martin says. Professor Geek talked before about how modern writers are avoiding the iconic feminine. We will be talking about that more in another stream. I don't know when, maybe next Tuesday, I believe. We could talk. In fact, we can also talk about our favorite female characters and why we like their designs and everything. You, me, and Leia. If she's when she comes back, we can ask her, right?
Hmm.
And sounds like she's back.
Yeah, hi, I'm back. What I miss?
So what?
Sleeping
So
good? You
so what
still
I was
reading chat?
suggesting. So what? Yeah. I'm still in chat. So what I was suggesting, we could do a Tuesday stream about talking about our favorite iconic female designs and female characters. Since
Oh, that sounds
Brian
good.
Gilmore Brian Gilmore brought up that the professor talk about how modern writers are avoiding the iconic feminine. We can definitely do that next Tuesday. Um,
Sure.
Suddenly Oakley says the Guardians of the Galaxy movies did team thing rather well. Yeah, I did.
I,
I do agree.
oh,
Yes.
Guardians of the Galaxy is one of my favorite Marvel films. I absolutely love that one. One, because I have to admit, I didn't know who those characters were, so I was curious. But wow, did I give it? It was. I was so entertained by that film. I don't care what anyone says. It was such a party watching the Guardians of the Galaxy film. I think that was the same year as the Winter Soldier movie. And I was going to say those
Uh-huh.
two movies I think were like that. Those two movies where Marvel was at its tops. Was that year we got those two films? Completely
And it
different.
also
And
showed that they were willing to take a risk.
here's the trippy part about that. The Guardians that they use are the I believe the 2011 2014 version of the group, not the original group.
Hmm.
Because the original group was Stackard, which he popped up in he had popped up in volume 2. Sylvester Stallone's character that was Stackard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, Aisha did show up, but she was a villain in that version. That's actually supposed to be Stackard's half when they combine, or at least when they switched bodies. But yeah, of course, all the rest of the original Guardians did show up at the end, which Michelle Yeoh was a part of. Same thing with Ving Rhames and all that jazz. Even the that salamander dude that did the sorceress stuff, which he's the original sorcerer supreme, I believe.
So cool.
Yeah,
And of
that was
course,
great.
the little orb that was Miley Cyrus. I'm so happy that everyone's here. Yeah, who dug your butt up from a bench to do that line?
I agree. It was forgettable too. I couldn't remember. And bringing in Kurt Russell was pretty cool. I thought that was
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cool. Yeah, bringing
I
in
was
Kurt
not
and,
a
Russell.
and-
big, as much as the sequel, everybody loves the sequel. I was not as big of a fan of the sequel as I was the first one. The
right.
sequel felt more like it was trying to fit it into the first movie played it up like a action adventure type stuff. The second movie says, okay, let's rein it in and show, yes, this is a Marvel Universe movie.
Basically, an
Yeah,
Age of Ultron formula.
Yeah.
I have to agree with that too, Schooner. I loved the first one, but the second one left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. And I think that's a good choice of words. It felt like it was trying too hard, whereas the first one was uh, no holds
But
bar. James Gunn I'm
but
just going to do what I'm going to
but
do, and
but the death of Yondu was so amazing.
It was pretty, well, the death of Yondu really was actually pretty, I felt that.
I felt
me
it too.
too. I wasn't all
He won
mean.
your. He may be your father, but he sure as hell won your daddy. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
I
the
agree.
only. I would say this. He's the only dude that SJWs would have want him to say those things, but he actually can get away with it because he's still so freaking manly.
Hmm.
Yes.
Because any SJW would have had any of our heroes doing what he was doing, saying that type of line, and they will
Hmm.
not recover from that. No, Yondu still continue his masculinity when he even after he says I'm Mary Poppins, y'all, because the moment he lands, he is still using his arrow to take down Ego's tentacles. He
Mhm.
still says Quill, and still assert himself as surrogate father of Quill. He goes out like a champ. The way
Mhm.
how he goes, and that's why I say like you can people can cringe on that line all you want, but every majority of those who watch this movie love that line,
Mhm.
love it.
I do
It was
too.
that.
And
Go ahead, Leia, plus size.
I do too. And also, I just want to say that Michael Roker, I think is his
Rooker.
name, Rooker, he's a good actor. He
Oh
is a
yeah.
good actor. I enjoyed him when he had his time on The Walking Dead, and I've seen him in some other stuff. He is a good actor, and that's a good example with Yondu. He brought some of his own charisma to the role, and I think that's why he's forgettable. I
And
mean, not forgettable, but unforgettable. Go on.
if you look up Yandu, he is nothing like what he how he's portrayed in the movie. At best,
Nope.
Right.
he's an alien Native
Right.
American. At
Mhm.
best,
Right.
He
who's
still
also
has
the
the
last of
shark.
his kind.
He still has the shark fin head,
Hmm.
which they brought at the end of the movie, which is true to his comic book counterpart.
Yeah, they saw religion on that one.
Mhm.
Right. But that's where Roker's like I said, talent comes in because he's not like the comic, but he found his own magic on it. He found his own magic on it and made him. That's why we love that character. And yes, that's why we all felt that he was gone. But I loved the talent he brought to the character. Bringing his that's a good actor. He brought his own flavor to it.
Hmm.
It's nothing like that because he found a way to make it work for him, and that's what that fits his type so well. And that's why we love that line. I'm Mary Poppins, yeah, because only I agree with you, Wolf. Only he can say a line like that and get away with it. Only he can do that.
Brian
Somebody else
Gilmartin
won't
says.
work.
Brian Gilmartin says there's nothing weak about a woman being compassionate towards others, and there's nothing wrong. There's nothing weak about a man being compassionate towards others either. I will say that on the same token. He also says, like I said on the Fourth Age channel, a true hero knows their limits per the virtue of temperance. Temperance seems to be the impassable inch high hurdle for modern writers. They don't want no temperance. They want to release. That's all they want. They want to release.
Well, and it's also they're making a lot of decisions emotionally and not thinking logically. I mean, not no. They're getting out that person. What's the word I'm looking for? Modern writers today, kind of, you got to think how they got their positions today because they smiled right, they said the right words to get in the right crowds, and in order to maintain that, they kind of had to. I don't know. They either had to write a certain way or they don't know how to write any other way, if that makes sense.
Okay, we're kind of caught up at this point. Let's introduce those who have joined us as well. We have Damien X247. We also have, let me see, somebody else had popped in. Let me see real quick because I know we have a new person as well. Not necessarily new. We have Matthew Flynn, the excuse me, the champ, no, the gladiator of Kaon. Matthew Flynn with us as well. So
Hello,
welcome,
Matthew Flynn. And who was the other one? X who?
Damien X247.
Hello, Damien X247.
Hello, guys.
I butchered the name.
And for and this is for Neil Star. Of course, I'm pretty sure he's seen it already, but this is for Neil Star. Liza man, Sanja. Speaking of Neil Star, he says Brie Larson truly is Envy Adams. Here's the thing. I want her to be Envy Adams again because I actually found Envy Adams entertaining,
Mm-hmm.
unlike Brie Larson as
Well,
herself.
actually, the reason why she played Envy so well is because Brie Larson is Envy.
But the thing is, if she actually really was Envy again, like I said, I would find her way more entertaining than Brie. Like I see when she tries to be Envy as Brie Larson, that's not entertaining for me. That's the thing. Now, if she's Envy Adams as Envy Adams, that's entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why I loved her for. Even as I was reading the Scott Pilgrim books, I, n- I never would have thought I never would have thought that's how Envy would have came out in that movie. And I was like, you know what? That was not too bad. And that's what really got me interested in Brie Larson at the time before before Captain Marvel came about. Um, I actually was I was actually looking her as a potential base reference for one of my characters. And ever since she came out with that whole "it's not made for you" speech at that one award, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
well, you're off the chopping, you're on the chopping block now. Can't use you now. Because if I had to look up pictures of you, I feel sick to the stomach. You know,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Can Anna Paquin just suck the life force out of her, get her out of the series, so that way a better Captain Marvel can come about?
sorry,
Oh,
sugar,
I wish that would happen.
sorry, sugar. You just took up way too much space.
Oh, love that line. You know what? We can take that line too.
Yep. Sorry, sugar. You're getting an overhaul. Something to that effect.
Hmm.
Something to that effect. Just
if
just anything. Period. Would work.
if they
Hmm.
announced
Uh,
that if they announced that Rogue was going to be in Captain Marvel 2 and was going to drain Brie Larson, I will personally pay a ticket. That's the only way you would get me to see that movie, just to see that moment. That would be
Sadly,
it.
I can only see this playing out. She'll be a villain in that one, but she'll also be forgiven. Which
Yeah, she'll be
I
a
don't know.
victim.
No,
Maybe I'll be.
that's another thing we can talk about for another time. But
Yeah. Uh, Neil Star. Henshin Excel Go. May I also add Henshin a Go Go baby. Matthew
oh,
Flynn.
it's beautiful.
Thank you. Matthew Flynn says Archangel too soon. Yeah, we'll get into that a bit. The Four Horsemen. And Neil Star says I actually never watched Dark Phoenix. You dodged the bullet there, buddy. You dodged the bullet. I'm powering through these so we can get back into talking. Neil Star says I'm waiting for an X-Men movie where they fight aliens. Give me Mojo World. Give me the Shi'ar Empire. Give me the Brood. Wait, never mind. Don't include the Brood. Do you know who the Brood is by any chance? Any of you guys?
They're what we got in the Phoenix movie, isn't it? Isn't that them?
But
No.
those, oh, I'm not. I don't
Those are
know who they are.
Then I'm out.
surprisingly those are actually quote unquote original uh creatures. Let's just say they're the stand-in for the Shi'ar in a way, but no, they're not the Brood. They their transformation thing is something like the Brood, but the Brood are like basically the Marvel's equivalent to xenomorphs.
Oh,
Only
geez.
only difference is that I think they can shapeshift. They were introduced in the '90s one, but they had a different design. But I'm a link you guys
Are
to
they ones who were trying to transform Rogue, saying they had a cure?
yeah.
Okay, then I know who you're talking about.
I'll
Oh, them. Oh, now I do. Oh,
They
okay.
even transformed her first boyfriend.
oh wow. I guess I'm not needed then.
Yeah.
I remember that. I remember that now. Those big green freaks that travel
Yeah.
around in that living.
Well,
Was that supposed to be a whale?
yeah. A space whale, if you will. But here's the actual look of them in the comics.
All right, let's have a look. See.
It's in the private chat,
Okay.
Leaiplussize.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh wow. He kicked himself out.
Oh boy.
Poor Schooner.
Oh, what's going
the wrong button.
Yep. I'm like, oh
There
no.
he is.
I'm like, oh no, he kicked himself out. He always doing that,
Yeah, I always am. I don't think there's ever been a stream where I haven't accidentally kicked myself out.
folks. No, actually, this is his way of trying to position Leaiplussize next to the Wolf Commander.
Did it succeed? Did I succeed?
Is he's trying
looks,
he's trying to make her the Ahura to my Captain Kirk.
Fascinating.
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. I think that's a little bit too overboard. A little, probably a lot. But no, what I was saying was there's also a brood. There's also a brood called I think her name is called Brood, who was also part of Hulk's Warbound from Planet Hulk. She was a brood that was actually not connected to a hive. So
That's cool.
there's also a chance that sometimes they're hive minded. So like there are times that some could branch off from the hive and act independently. But yeah, the reason why Neostar dreads because there's some horrible stuff that the brood can do to you. Besides try to eat you, because Xavier was almost possessed by a brood queen. He was actually merged with her, and it was let's just say it was Thing levels of horrible body horror.
Yeah, I'm talking like are we talking Cronenberg level here?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
man,
that's how crazy it got when it comes to when the brood gets involved. That's how crazy it gets when it comes to the brood when the brood gets involved. To answer a question, Neostar, no. They put we could talk a little bit about Dark Phoenix here. He was put out of commission in the middle of the film because we know he's too overpowered.
Yep.
That's how bad. We'll go into great details about that actually. If Neostar is still around, or we'll catch this in the backwatch, of course. Brian Gamar says Mojo World will be interesting from Neostar, but here's his other comment. He says, immediately, Apocalypse kind of made me think of Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. Yeah. I know I probably got an idea of what he's talking about. Samuel Oki says that Gamu was never going to happen. Of course it wasn't, because that's the problem is, one, Origins Wolverine did not leave a good impression about Gambit, and two, there is no Gambit's not lead man material yet, not nearly enough. He has his own comic books, make no mistake about that, but he has no lead man material to really fall back on. There is a Gambit fan made film though, which is actually pretty awesome. I forgot the name of it, so I'll let you guys know. I'll actually send you guys a link through MeWe or Facebook, so you guys can check it out. Mind you, it's very bloody for anybody who's of the squeamish side. What do you guys think about the solo Gambit film?
I think it's awesome.
I just think it would have been a waste of time.
I think so too. Because it's back to what you said, Commander. He's never been properly introduced. Now, I like the actor, and his name is slipping my mind.
Taylor
Played
Kitsch.
him
Tyler
Tyler-
Kitsch.
I liked him. He embodied Remy. I have to be honest about that. I kind of think he did embody who Remy was, even for the little time he had on screen. But he just didn't have enough time to really get a Gambit film going. Gambit has just not had enough time to mix in with the other X-Men. So
I liked him too.
I kind of knew myself that he wasn't really going to get his own film.
I liked him too, but his accent kept slipping in parts.
Well,
Especially,
we couldn't expect.
yeah. He is the same thing with the Halle Berry thing. It's like there were times where it's like they try and try and they try and they try, but, it is what it is. Now I was a bit on the fence about Channing Tatum being Gambit, but ever since I saw him in the Hateful Eight and that accent he used, I was like, You know something? He could actually work. He just needs to be. Well, actually, he actually is acrobatic. I seen him in Magic Mike. Why is there a long
Ever
silence?
since I saw,
Yeah, I'm a man.
after I saw after I saw Channing Tatum in Logan Lucky, I thought he could do it, especially since
I'm
he
just saying,
pulled
like,
off
hey,
a West
I
Virginian
watched, yeah, yeah, I watched Magic Mike, and I watched the
Yes,
sequel because my wife dragged me to it.
most men did. Listen, I saw
I'm like,
Magic
what?
Mike, but I gotta be honest. Oh, I didn't mean you should go ahead. We'll finish. I can tell you my story. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I still came out a man. It just gave me ideas for what I can do for my wife from now on. That's just say I took notes, everybody. I took notes. She think it's ridiculous. She think it's ridiculous that I try to attempt it, but a man could try. A man could try new things, you know. But other than that, I've seen both of them. I enjoyed them for what they were. Though I did like the first one a little bit better than the second one. The second one's more of a what's a good comparison? What is a good comparison for a good movie, and also that still has a good sequel? It's like Aliens. One's a slow burn, cerebral movie. The other one's more of an action, cerebral movie, sort of
Terminator.
speak. There you go. Yeah, it's basically
Terminator
Terminator.
One.
Yeah,
Okay.
first. Let's just say this. First movie
Exactly.
was Terminator 1. Second movie, extra large, is Terminator 2, but without a complex plot. It's still an
Hmm.
enjoyable sequel, but you watch. Put it like this: you watch both movies for what you went into the first time. So you watch the first movie for that nice humane complexity, and you watch the sequel for that entertainment value, which is that's basically what it was, entertainment value. Only only difference is I like the girl in the second movie way better than the one in the first movie because he gets a new love interest in the second movie. Mike himself. Wouldn't you agree, Leia plus size? Or
Yes,
what's your
yes, I
take on the
agree.
Magic Mike movies?
Well,
It's funny how I started talking about Magic Mike. I will say this. I will. You know what? I'm going to defend myself right now. If anybody have a problem with me like a male stripper movie, if I can watch Dance at the Blue Iguana, I can watch. I can certainly watch Magic Mike.
I'm not judging
And
you,
Dance at
Wolf,
the
at
Blue
all.
Iguana was not that good. I know you're not. I know you're not. But I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure there's some people. I'm just saying it for brevity right there. You know, I'm just saying, like if I can watch Dance at the Blue Iguana, which is really supposed to be about strippers and the life of the stripper, I can watch Magic Mike with the life of a male stripper. I'm man enough to explore both worlds and come out okay. And mind you, Dance at the Blue Iguana has Sandra Oh, Daryl Hannah, uh, 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 Jennifer Tilly, and even the chick that played what's her face from True Blood, the one that sired Sookie's best friend.
Oh yeah, I forgot her name, but I knew you talked about one. It's Pam. Pam. Her character's
Pam,
name was
yeah,
Pam.
yeah. Blue Iguana had Pam, whereas Magic Mike had John Magliano and Kevin Nash of all people. Even Fluffy, Gabriel Iglesias. I hope I pronounced his last
Mhm,
name right. Yeah, they
mhm.
had Fluffy in there. Besides Channing Tatum, but we're getting a bit. I'm getting a bit too ahead myself. Let me get into some more comics. I'm getting too ahead there.
I was
Uh,
I was just going to say real quick about Magic
Go
Mike.
ahead.
I did see the film, and yes, I like the girlfriend in the second movie better than the first one. The first one was just too ice queen. But despite the fact,
And mother
watching
far too
Channing,
motherly.
yes, she was. She was way too much of a mother to him instead of sister. Um, even
Then
though seeing Channing,
then again, then again. I'm sorry. Before you go ahead, let me point this out real quick. Then again, her brother was number 4 from I Am Number 4. Go continue what you're saying, Leia plus size.
despite seeing Channing Tatum rock, I would not have made him my first choice as Gambit. I know this is going to shock everybody in the chat, but I wasn't so sure I was going to be sold on him as Gambit because Magic Mike really is the only Channing Tatum movie I ever really liked. Everything else after that just has been just mediocre from him. So I'm not so sure I would have been
Right.
happy for him as Gambit. So when they announced that he was interested in it, I thought, I don't think so. I just don't think so. But I no, you can continue.
My
That's
introduction
my
to him, my my introduction to Channing Tatum was She's the Man with Amanda not what's her name? She's an
Amanda
Amanda.
Bynes.
She's an Amanda, but
Amanda
not
Bynes.
thank you, Amanda Bynes or Beans, how you pronounce her last name. We all know me and Scooner pronounce it Bynes. You pronounce it the way I pronounce it. Yeah, I'm saying that was my introduction to him, and he was cool in that movie. I would never saw him as taking serious roles like in Logan Lucky or any other movies that kind of propel him to be a more serious actor. But I did like him in She's the Man because he was playing off he, he's the archetypal he was playing the archetype type that they turned into a stereotype now, the emotional affectionate dude that's like all into the feels, which
Mm-hmm.
would have it would have been an it would have been an okay archetype if the SJWs had not tainted it, because I was willing to be accepting of that nice guy archetype that's like swole and husky, far from being the typical jock type. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Uh, Neil Star
I didn't
says, I
weigh
thought
in
it was
on
cool.
I didn't weigh in on Magic Mike because I didn't see it.
Of course. Why would you? Uh,
I
no
saw
one.
it. I was like,
other than
I
more
was just like,
other
I
than
was just like,
morbid
yeah, whatever.
curiosity, why would you see it? I'm just saying, other than morbid curiosity, why would you see it? Me, on the other
I am
hand,
going to
I
see
saw it
that
because my
Water
wife wanted to
movie
see
next.
it, and I'm just saying, like, I only saw it because it was fair to her that we would go see movies that she would want to see rather than always seeing what I like to see in movies. So
That's fair.
that
Funny,
fair is fair,
funny how she picked the perfect film.
and yeah, yeah. Sometimes she picks some good films for us to watch, and sometimes she picks some very terrible films. But she's Filipino, so I can't really judge her on her taste. I'm not one to judge her on her taste, basically. Neil Star says, I thought it was cool that they used Michael Jackson's Thriller jacket as a substitute for Nightcrawler's costume. No, no, no. Uh-uh. I didn't like it.
You know
Blends
what I think?
into it fades. It fades for me. I can barely even notice that he's wearing a Thriller jacket. Go
I
ahead,
think
Leaiplussize.
somebody, just like with, I don't know if anybody tried to see Wonder Woman 84 or heard about how atrocious it is, but it's supposed to be set in the 80s. But the problem was the costumes, the music, and the feel did not fit the 1980s. So I think one of the problems I have with this film is that somebody didn't know the 80s, or they just Googled
Mm-hmm.
80s culture and just threw out
Exactly.
anything they felt would resonate with people my age or anybody else when you think 80s. And I saw that's one of the worst things about one of the problems I had with this film was it didn't feel like the 1980s. When they did First Class, you could feel and smell the 60s. When they did Days of Future Past, when they were in the 70s, you could feel and smell the 70s. But they got here, I don't know what happened. Somebody just did not know the 1980s. I think just Google 1980s. Oh, Michael Jackson was the biggest selling artist at that time. Put this in here. Everybody loved Return of the Jedi, so put that
Arithmetic
in there. Yeah, Eurythmics.
arithmetic.
Yeah, was singing that song. Put that in there. They did not do their homework, and I can't stand that. If you are doing a period piece, when I mean by period, if you're doing even if you're doing 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you have got to know your stuff. And the costume designers, people here, did not know their stuff.
Mm-hmm. Neil Star Production says, I really like that Quicksilver sequence. His speed powers were top tier at that point. Speedsters rule. I don't know which sequence you're talking about. There's two of them. Gotta give me some context
Mhm.
there, buddy. He also mentioned Spider-Man. He said Spider-Man isn't half as confident in his powers as Quicksilver. Well, here's the thing. If you put Spider-Man in that sequence with speedster powers, he would go to work. He wouldn't be moonwalking in a hallway while he's still saving people. I would, if anything, if Brian Singer still want the moonwalk, if Brian Singer still want the moonwalk, I would have him put that part where he's at the precipice of saving the last two people. That's why I would say that, like, okay, yeah, you can show off a little bit because you at this point you got just about everybody out there, but no, there's still people. There's like 5, 10 people are still in the mansion, and he's still busting. He has time to bust a moonwalk. Like, sorry, no, don't do that.
I agree. I agree. It's like it's basically with time in a bottle. It was just more like, yeah, I'm having fun, but this one it's an explosion. So it's like, okay, gotta move.
Mm-hmm. David X247 says McNeil's new family is a callback to Jim Lee's X-Men #1. See, that's a problem I have with Brian Singer at the time. It's like he keep cherry picking things that shouldn't even be in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Brian Singer did, and Michael Fassbender brought this up in an interview because did you guys know that Brian Singer did not know Quicksilver was the son of Magneto? He didn't know that at all. So the fan had to tell him that. So I think Brian
Hmm.
Singer just yeah story. And
Oh
Michael
boy.
Fassbender said, how could you not know that? He told that to Brian Singer. Michael Fassbender said that in an interview. How could you not know that? If you're so well versed on these characters, how could you not know that? Fan had to tell Brian Singer that. And that looked like it because it was like he shoehorned it into this movie. He didn't develop
Yeah.
this reveal that
Mm-hmm.
Quicksilver was his son. So I can see that clearly. I don't think Brian Singer really did his
He
homework that well on these characters. I wondered, did he really
the thing
research who these
is
characters were?
the thing is he had a golden opportunity to do that. He did. He did have the
Absolutely.
moment he got Mystique up there with where McNeil is, where he's going to town on the world and everything was magnetism. He could have said, "Dad, stop this!"
Exactly.
Something to that
Exactly.
effect.
Mm-hmm.
I was I was waiting for him to do it. I was like this is important. Say, "I'm your son. I'm your son," or shout,
Yeah.
"Dad, shout, Dad." He did not do it.
Nope.
He missed an opportunity, missed a big one, and that seems to
That
be a
that, that,
running
that should have
theme.
been
Mm-hmm.
Which
that
makes
should
very
be
little sense because in Days of Future Past, didn't Quicksilver say, my mom once knew a guy who can bend metal, control
yeah.
metal?
It's like he was
I
dancing
don't.
around the topic
Mm-hmm.
too much. He was
That's
dancing.
what that's
Singer
what
was dancing
confused.
around that.
Yeah, that's confusing to me.
And I'm like, this is where he should have had his Liv Tyler Betty Ross moment from the Hulk. Dad!
You see, the
I
Exactly.
felt
audience.
I felt
That's
that
what it.
when she shot that. I felt that. I'm like, yeah, that's you saying, Dad, listen to me.
Exactly.
We all know where we feel that dad. You know if you have a father, at least if you guys live with your fathers, you know you have that stuff. You know a father, especially if you know your father is stubborn. You feel that moment. You you feel that because you know you've had that. You've had to
Mhm.
you had to do that with your dad one time.
Mhm.
Yes, I did feel that, especially with a weasel like Ross. So I could see
Hmm.
her trying to do what she had to do. But I think that line in when he says that line in Days of Future Past, the audience knows that. The audience knows who's that. They know it. But I think at the time, did Brian Singer direct Days of Future Past?
Yes, he did.
Remind
Hmm.
me. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
See, so the audience probably felt that he threw away the line. We know who that is, but I'm wondering, did Singer really know who that was? The audience knew, so we're thinking, okay, maybe they're going to get into that a little more. But Brian Singer admitted he didn't know Quicksilver was Michael Fassbender had to tell him that. No, I had to tell him that. Brian Singer did not know that. Michael Fassbender said in an interview, he said, that how could you not know? And that's why I feel shoehorned in Apocalypse. It's there, but it seemed like it's forced. Didn't develop it. Like
I'm gonna try to be a bit more forgiving for him on that front sometimes, because at the end of the day, he still has the achievement of bringing out the greatest of X-Men films so far. So I'll get off on him on that one,
You
and
guys hear the
hopefully
rumor they're actually going to change the name of the X-Men movies for the MCU?
what they're gonna
Oh,
call them,
please.
the mutants, right?
Yep,
Yes.
they're going to call them the Mutants.
Why,
Oh.
why, 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 why? Sorry.
Here comes the wolf.
Yeah, I don't
Yep.
blame the wolf for coming out, because that is just, I'm trying to find the right words that is not vulgarity. It's not vulgarity, but why in the world would they do something like that? That makes
I'm just going
no
to.
sense.
Wolf
No,
not like name changes. Wolf hates name changes. Back off, dude. Take a chill
I'm just going
pill.
to call.
Take a chill
I'm
pill.
just going to. I'm going to call them what they are. They're a bunch of buttheads.
Will save
yes.
anger for when things get crazy, as puny Wolf 10 says in his special way. And that's the wolf, everybody.
The woke poison, the woke cancer has infected the blood of the MCU. Also, Disney has infected the blood of the MCU. Marvel has lost its identity to Disney. It's lost its identity to Disney. They have just sucked their essence out and infected with Disney SJW politics.
Oh yeah.
Okay, look, if you don't want to call it X-Men, just call it X at this point.
Or the Tomorrow People.
Or the Tomorrow People. Or even
Or the
call
people,
them... No, that's
Children
not
of
good.
Adam. Or Children
there
of
you
Adam,
go.
as there's a lot of names they could literally pick besides mutants. I'm like, that's like writing a sequel to Black Panther and call it Black People or Wakandans.
Oh,
Yes.
oh
Yeah.
God. You know what? We joke about that, but I wonder how long is it going to be before that actually comes out?
What?
Well, they're
Mutants?
trying to they're trying to pitch a show about Wakanda.
Yes, they are. I heard about that. Yeah,
Have you
they want
heard?
a picture of Wakanda.
Have you heard that rumor?
I
Yes,
have
they
not heard
want.
that.
And okay, I'm gonna get vulgar here for a minute. So, Sound Graver, if you catch this in the backwatch, I do apologize in advance for this one. But who the fuck cares about Wakanda? I'm sorry. Who cares about Wakanda? Because Black Panther didn't do a good job of showing us Wakanda more so than what Aquaman showed us about the Seven Seas kingdoms. At least I got to see all the seven kingdoms of Aquaman. I didn't see, shit else about the tribes of Wakanda. They just stood there and said, "Yeah, we here."
Mm-hmm.
Bruh. That got a lot of side glasses and gas when I sat there in my workplace at my job. I told him like listen, what I'm about to say is very controversial. I'm gonna say this right now, but I said I enjoyed Aquaman way more than Black Panther. Bruh, they looked at me like I said Hitler was a good man. At the end of the day, that's and I would say this. I still maintain that sentiment as much as look. I will say this. I love Black Panther on the acting side, but I love Aquaman way more on the world building side. because it showed me. I told him it showed me way more of Atlantis than Black Panther did for Wakanda. I'm like, my case is that I'm sorry. As much as Killmonger asserted himself as a king, you don't think that any of these other tribes would really be okay with him being the king? And one of them says, "Well, he's the king." Like, yeah, but here's the thing: royalty don't dictate people's hearts that much.
Yeah.
The,
I know
you're
what
not
you're
talking
saying.
about a king. You're talking about a dictator. So I'm like, so you're trying to tell me the River Tribe wouldn't be okay with him trying to take over the world? You don't think the Merchant Tribe would be okay with him taking over the world? They're called the Merchant Tribe. That means they deal in economics. How is it economically sound if they ain't got nobody to trade with or barter with in the long run? If they ever do, it should they ever do barter with anybody at all? You trying to tell me the only people that were okay with Killmonger is the Rhino tribe. That's it. No, nobody else. Nobody else. None. No, whatsoever.
Those rhinos
None.
are really cool.
Okay. Huh?
Those
The
rhinos were
command.
cool.
What you saying, Schooner?
Those rhinos were cool.
How the heck we
Can
get?
you hear
How the
me?
heck we get 10 viewers already?
The
I thought the
Also
command.
rhinos were awesome.
it,
They were cool,
yeah,
Schooner.
I agree with you there, Schooner.
Yes,
I,
I
I agree
agree.
with you there. But I'm like looking over a picture, a suitable image for the next stream for next Thursday, and I come back. I'm like, wait a minute, how the heck we jumped up to 10 watchers already? Because originally
I'd like to say
it
that
was
it's a
fluctuating
team.
between 5, 8, 7, 6, and then I come back, it's 10, and then drop down to 8, which is fine. It's fine. But I'm like, wait, how the heck we how the hell we bumped into 10? Excuse me. But I held Neil Starr's comment far too long, so I'm gonna read right now. He says intersectionality is counterproductive to both heroes and villains. We can elaborate a bit more on that in another stream. He says a lot of people are decent until they go woke, and there we go. For some reason, my computer's running a bit slow. He's taking over the chats a bit. Where's everybody? And he says celebrities have gotten more self-indulgent than normal. Don't take that as a slight towards you, Neil Star. Keep talking. Keep talking. Just like Brian Gilmore, and like I said, like keep talking, guys. So Hollywood celebrities, we're we're against bigotry, racism, and sexism in all its forms. Yeah. Moving on.
We have to pound you into the
Try to
ground
breeze through these.
in order to.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, Hollywood celebrities, straight white men ruin everything. In what
That is
capacity?
that.
I wonder. You tell. Go
Oh,
ahead, Leia.
that's. I was going to say this comment. That's the truth. I was just going to say to your comment earlier, Wolf, about choosing Aquaman over Black Panther. I was going to say, Wolf, don't you know, but
Mm.
according to Disney, that you can only be confident if you see people that walk, talk, and dress like you. So you must love Black Panther. It is commanded by everyone. Bob Iger insisted that every Black person will love this movie. If they don't, they must be dealt with. So that's why everyone at your job stared at you as if it was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, because you did not. I can just imagine everybody in the room just stopping like a scratch record. All of a sudden, whoop, he said,
Oh my gosh! Now I'm picturing like the Donald Sutherland moment. They all
yeah,
point them, and then they make that screech sound.
yes, Wolf
Hmm.
did not love Black Panther. How dare he not do that? That's what you're supposed to do. That's what Disney
It's
tells
more
you to
of
do, Wolf.
it's more of I didn't love I didn't love Black Panther enough to ignore its faults like everybody else.
No,
And you know what killed me about Black Panther, especially my mom had made this video about the whole fact that it was an all black cast. I'm like, Mom, did you forget that we're still making all black cast movies as of right now, even despite Black Panther being a big thing? Did you forget about the black superheroes of old that you parked me and my brother in front of, like Blank Man and Mirror Man and Blade 2? Did you forget about that? Or whatever happened to Project Mantis, a show that you also watched with us, about a black man in a wheelchair that fights crime in a power exoskeleton. Did you forget
Oh,
about that
lovely.
too?
Awesome.
Excuse me. The original, the Martian Manhunter,
Hmm.
who was also in Justice League. Who, correct me if I'm wrong, he was also in Stargate SG-1, right? No, that ain't him, right? I could be wrong.
I don't believe
It's-
so, but I can't. I think he was a guest star.
yeah. Yeah, but anyways, I'm like, she made that video and I watched. And I was like, I'm just sitting here just shaking my head at her. At this, I was basically Tywin Lannister when I hear that. Tywin's infamous for, and I know I, I hate to always bring up Game of Thrones because that puts that puts Leaiplussize in an awkward position there, consider her disdain towards Game of Thrones, but that that's basically how best I can describe my mom, my disappointment in my mom when she said that. It's like Tywin's disappointment knows no bounds.
That's okay. You can
Because I'm like,
make reference
Mom,
to it.
I'm like, Mom, did you just get lost into time or something? Because there was a lot of black superheroes way before Black Panther even graced us with the. But she's old, so I tend to give her a pass on that one.
I had the
That's
same.
why I try I try I try to be I try to be nice to her. She don't keep up with stuff
I had
like we do, like the new generation do.
I had the same conversation with my
Go ahead,
mother.
Leia, plus
So
size.
I had the same conflab with my mother. She felt the same way about Black Panther as your mother. And I tried to explain to her, there have been other Black films with heroes besides Black. It's not the first one, Mom, but her mind is totally made up that it is. And she doesn't know that much about the MCU. So I've had the
On
same
that
conflab.
on that front, I like to think that black people have conditioned the small minority of black people have conditioned themselves to be only looking for small victories rather than the bigger picture. I think that's why I'm starting to see it now. As of right now, they're taking things, false small victories. If anything, they've been conditioned to take small victories. Even when they do take victories, they take victories that's already been made prior to them recognizing them. And there's a total lack of recognition of the bigger picture victories that we have achieved across the time. They've basically taken, again, the small victories. Basically, you know what? Let me stop right there before I even turn the stream into something else that shouldn't be. Right, Leia plus size.
Right. But,
And
But in
I was
short,
actually
they but in short, that's why I'm seeing it from what you're describing your mother and how I describe my mother. They're taking too many small victories when we've had multiple victories on top of victories. It's like we had Blade in the big screen. We had Meteor Man on the big screen. We had Blake Man on the big screen. Those are victories. We've even had Project Mantis, a show about a black man, a black superhero. That has been a victory. But you want to take Black Panther as the victory. That's a small victory compared to what we've achieved over the years. Even and before that, we had Up and Away on the Disney Channel, the Disney original movie Up and Away. Did people literally forget
up
about
and
that?
that takes me back.
Oh yeah, '90s was a great time.
Yeah.
I've
I'm
seen
trapped in
the recent
nostalgia.
comments. I'll be right back. Try not to kill each other while I'm pulling up Professor Geek real quick.
oh, okay.
Well, if you can't
No.
leave me here, it's not a fair fight. She'll use me as a toothpick.
Trust me, I am not the toxic villainous female, so you're safe, Schooner Tuner.
Are you? I'm a fish in a tank. I'm the creature from the Black Lagoon. I'm the thing they kill
Well,
and turn to
I have
sushi.
well, I have compassion for creatures on land and in the sea. So you have no fear of me. I am not the toxic females with the evil glaring eyes that you fear. So you're okay. You're okay. You can come
I
back
just
up and sing, with what is his name from Little Mermaid? What's
flounder.
that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sebastian. So
Oh, Sebastian.
yeah,
Sebastian.
I
Sebastian the
yes. So that's how I see the creatures from under the sea. As the song
Crow.
says.
Under the sea.
Yeah, yeah. So you'll be okay with it. You'll be okay with that. Well, while he's gone, the only thing I would have to say this goes in line with is how I was just going to say what a lost opportunity WandaVision could have been to
Mm-hmm.
introduce the mutants or the X-Men, which is why I'm mad as the devil, and it was to me a major, major disappointment because we were all led to believe that at some point perhaps the show would open the door to the X-Men. You don't have to have the whole team, but I thought maybe a Professor X or a Magneto or someone would come and surprise us and give us a Luke Skywalker moment. Show had nothing and didn't go anywhere and was nothing. What a missed opportunity, big one. And that seems to be coming out of the MCU a lot these days. This subvert expectations, or
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering who are they making these shows for? Is this for fans or is it for themselves? Because I was
Well,
messed.
I heard that apparently WandaVision is a show that started off really good. That it built up mystery and intrigue, and then the final episode just completely and totally dropped the ball because it tried to tie everything up neatly with a bow. That's a
I'm gonna say
problem. If you try
all
to,
you guys were for that because I was not really that interested in this show at all. Even the teaser wasn't really that enough to excite me to get into that
well,
because
I
I just
wasn't.
knew that
Yeah.
I don't trust series that much nowadays. These days, I don't really trust them that
Mhm.
much anymore. The only Marvel related series that I always trust more, or at least wish I could continue my trust, but since they shut them down, the Marvel Netflix series really like that was to me was the height of good storytelling at best when it came to the Daredevil series, and at worst when it came to the Iron Fist series, and partially to the Punisher series, and that was my criteria of what makes a good Marvel series to behold, and it fluctuated with the Agents of Shield here and there. It kind of fluctuated from good to bad, but anything else after those shows, I'm not interested in. Not WandaVision, not as you like to point out, Leaiplussize. But I'm going to use my word replacement Negro with special guest star white man.
I like that even better.
So I'm not interested in
But
that.
yeah.
I'm not I'm not even open to watching the Eternals or
Oh
this
no.
non gun violence the non gun violence Black Widow movie that yeah. Again, you notice that they hardly ever use guns in that movie, and even when they had the guns pointed at each other, her and her quote unquote sister, they don't use them at all. They don't even try to fire at each other,
Well, the writer of that film said,
which is
"I'm not
stupid.
going to have guns in these films." I'm like, she is a super spy. Guns are a part of her equipment. It's what she needs. But no, that writer insists we're not going to have the guns in this film. The minute I heard that, I'm like, I am out of this movie. I was going to give the movie a chance because I wanted to know a little bit of backstory about Black Widow, but now I have lost 100% disinterest in that at all. I
I'm
no
like
interest in it. And the
Eh,
shows that and the
I'm like
shows that you
bitch.
mentioned,
I'm, go ahead.
I was just going to say the shows that you mentioned. The reason those were so good is because they weren't Disneyfied. The Disney
Mhm.
influence did
Hmm.
not get them. Marvel has lost. They were Marvel. They took Netflix took Marvel seriously. Disney does not. Disney has no idea how to make Marvel work. So they're going to take Marvel and try to turn it into what they think it should be instead of seeing it for what it is.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
why
just
these
agreed.
saying
shows are
here. I
Twitter
know that
was.
that Professor Geekcast has harped on this many time on that. I'm sorry. I'll let Schooner jump in. I gotta say this real quick.
Yeah, sure, sure,
I
sure.
gotta say this real quick, guys. Um, I'm I know Professor was harping on that statement that was back in years ago, and I'm sitting here as well. I'm like, if I was in the same room, I was like, bitch, have you not watched James Bond or Atomic Blonde? They use guns. They're
Hmm.
or have you ever been a spy before? Spies carry guns because should their position be compromised, they will fight their way out of it. And to fight for survival, you need a gun. You may not like guns, but you will need them to survive. Sorry, I'm sorry that you don't get that. I'm sorry that you live a comfortable life. How privileged
Well,
of you to even state that. Go ahead, Schooner.
I would basically say this: if the studio gave me the mandate and said, "Okay, you can't use guns," I mean, I know it was the writer's personal choice, but if the studio told me you can't use guns whatsoever, I would have said, "Okay, very well." So the assassin uses a sword or uses a knife, but you're gonna need guns. That's the same as like that. What was it? That South Park episode where they were editing out all of the guns from those movies. They were replacing them with walkie talkies. I'm just like going, oh yeah, that's gonna go well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Schooner. I
Remember,
agree.
remember, I remember. Sorry, go ahead, Leaiplussize. But I was gonna bring something up that was in a show called Black Mirror, and I think it was kind of like one good show, one good episode that Black Mirror was producing. But go ahead, Leaiplussize.
I was going to say, if you don't want to do movies or stories about guns, then you need to go and find something else to write about or be a part of. Like you, I agree.
Hmm. Now,
Spies,
one
assassins have to have weapons to defend themselves. It's not necessarily they're killing machines, but they have to defend themselves if their life is threatened. Pure and simple.
mhm. Now, I will bring up this one episode titled "Archangel" of all things. There was it was a Black Mirror is an edgy Twilight Zone, by the way. But it was
It's
about this
Twilight Zone
this
with cell
girl,
phones.
this
Pretty
lady
much
who
what it is.
pretty much um I don't know what was the premise is that they inject this little chip thing into this little girl's brain, and bas- just because she lost her daughter and could and almost couldn't find her, she uh she basically installed was basically a baby monitor inside the daughter's brain. So whatever the daughter sees, she can see through this tablet. What the daughter can hear, she can hear what the daughter is saying. She can hear that as well. But there's also a function on there where if she sees violence, sex, and drugs and stuff, she can actually block that. Like anything she sees that's violent or threatening, it gets this sort of sensor filter. You know those sensor filters that they use on TV as they still continue to use now more than ever. So like in one instance, the dog barks at her, but she can't see the dog bark at her. Or like a kid who kind of later becomes her boyfriend a bit during the episode, shows her some porn. She can't see that, or violence. She can't see that either because it's all filtered and blocked.
Hmm.
And what happened is that later on in the the episode, she start cutting herself to try to see if she bleeds. Majority of her artwork is bloody, it's violent, but she can't see it. She knows what she kind of has an idea of what it looks like, but she can't see it. So the and by the way, this episode was directed by Jodie Foster, written and directed by Jodie Foster of all people. Y'all know who
Whoa.
that is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The point of
Interesting.
the episode, and what I get is that when you keep censoring things from people, that that encourages them to act them out, because to them they don't see how harmful it is to other people. So if you never saw what a gun does to a person, you would think the gun's a toy. It's not really a toy if you hold it because it's heavy. It's got heaviness. It's got a heft and a kickback, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you shoot somebody, not knowing what a gun does to a person, you would think it's a game. But also at the same time, you would think that the person is just faking injury, kind of like what
Yeah.
Chappie did in Chappie when he hurt somebody. He said, "You're supposed to go to sleep. You're supposed to go to sleep. Why aren't you going to sleep?" Because nobody's not. That tells you nobody's not sitting around teaching kids how real life works, or showing them how real life works. In the case of violent movies, and
I agree. It's that age old question.
it's a slippery scale on how. Go ahead, Schooner.
So if we stop making scary movies, all the psychos in the world will disappear. Yeah, right.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like,
it's also a it's a slippery, debatable scale on whether or not we should show them love scenes to show them what sex looks like, or what love making looks like, or showing them a rape scene to show them what sexual violence do to people. It's a slippery scale on that front. Whether it's okay for us, we're like we pretty much solved the violence aspect. People are willing to deny that, but we solved that. We haven't solved whether or not we should be showing children nudity or not, or sending them around love scenes or not yet. We're still debating on that, because that's still kind of
Explains
fickle,
why we have a
you know.
generation who's terrified of intimacy.
Yeah. Leaiplussize, you want to say something too? Go ahead.
oh no, I was just going to say it's like in the first Wonder Woman movie, Wonder Woman thought after killing Ares, all evil will be banished, but Steve Trevor had to tell her that that's not
That's a
that simple. It's not that easy, Diana, and she learned, you know, that the evil comes from the individual. That she makes a speech at the very end. I kind of like that speech, and one reason that film, I think, has some good parts to it is because she herself learned. She didn't come in knowing everything. She learned the lesson herself about humankind. Yes, there are some bad people out there, but as Steve told her, it's not that easy. Getting rid of Aries will not stop
even he
evil in the
does bad
world.
things.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly, exactly. And
I
that's
You know
agree.
something
kind of like that.
that's like my rewrite version of that fight is that the war is still going. Like, even if she did kill the general, not he's not a Nazi, he's a German general, right? The fight is still going. Um, you still have that conversation between her and Steve. Ares still shows up. She still kills him. She still ends up defeating him, right? But the war still continues. Basically proving Steve Trevor right, that
Right.
even if you do
Yes.
get rid of Ares, it still doesn't change mankind's heart. And it would have. Here's the thing: it would have given better evidence to why Wonder Woman stopped being a superhero in that one movie we shall not name.
Yes.
It would let more credence.
Oh,
It
you
would let
mean
more credence to her.
you mean BVS, or should I call it VS, the movie?
Pretty much, yeah. Like
Mhm.
it would have gave us it would have let in better with the how she gave up on humanity on that front. If they had still killed Ares, but the fight still kept going, and she just walked away from it in that instant. She got demoralized after that. It's like you wouldn't even get that scene where she she just floors right into all those soldiers like that. The way how the way how she went into it, like the fight was still kept going, but she walks away from it, like literally just dropping her sword, dropping her shield, just walk away
Hmm.
because she was so demoralized after that at that point where she realized that she comes to that conclusion that whatever she's doing, nothing will change. But Superman, on the other hand, will, if written better, Superman would have showed her that, you know what, even if it is, even if evil is still out there, you still have to stand up to fight it. It's a never ending fight, always. But as long as you have the constitution to keep going, the fortitude to keep going, that's what all matters right there. So long as there's still people out there that you can still give hope, versus there's still people that's going to hurt those people that you give hope to. That is what all that should matter.
And
But
all of
dang, I just
that,
saw the DCEU right there.
and all of that could have happened in X-Men Apocalypse had Quicksilver said "Dad."
Yep.
I agree.
Neil Star says, personally, I love. Yeah, Neil Star says, personally, I love the Ant-Man movies. Those are my personal favorites of the MCU films. Sorry, I wasn't around to discuss that in the MCU stream. Man, you discussed it right now. That's all that matters, man. So long as you, 'cause even if you don't have the thoughts to say it in one stream, you can always say it in another stream. You can also bring it up. I'm all for that.
I like the first. I like the first Ant-Man movie again more than the second one. The second one kind of seemed like it was more making Wasp the real hero, whereas Ant-Man's kind of there to be a moron.
Oh, I agree 100%. That's
In
why
the
I didn't like
beginning,
the second one.
yeah, he still. I will say this: he still ended up getting the lab again.
Mm-hmm.
I think what they were trying to do, personally, I think what they were trying to say that yeah, Scott can do this. He can do this, but he still has a team with him. And I think that's what they were trying to do. They're trying to give that balance. I wouldn't say they were trying to prop up Wasp that much in that movie. I think they were trying to balance it out. Like, yeah, Ant Man
Mm-hmm.
has his hijinks here and there, but he's still a capable man. He's, like I said, he still ended up getting the lab back. He managed to put it down, you know, but we all know that his giant size form is draining for him. It was already established in Civil War. I'm piecing things together here. If you guys humor me on that one, um, and her jumping in, like she cares about him. You know, it's not like she doesn't shoot him down throughout this whole movie. She cares about him. She cares about his safety. She cares about his well being. That's the trappings of a perfect wife for him. If I
Mm-hmm.
say so myself. But
I
I'm
agree. I
yeah,
agree with
like
what you're
but
saying. I mean, she did. I mean,
to,
she
to that.
and she wasn't
Go ahead.
idle in the first. I'm sorry, she wasn't idle in the first movie either. It's just I don't know. I like what the first movie did. I mean, because she did. Because first off, yeah, she did train him, and she is proven to be the more capable person to go and do this mission. But the first movie, what I liked about the first movie is that the dad doesn't want to put her in a position where she could possibly die. And it's very apparent that the dad is choosing Paul Rudd's character because he doesn't care if he I don't mean to sound cold, but he doesn't care if he dies on the mission. And Paul Rudd's character is actually
Yeah,
pretty okay with that too, because he says, yeah, there's a real possibility I'm going to die, but I'm okay with that because I'm a scumbag.
he's already at that demoralized part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But what gives him hope is his daughter.
Yeah.
You can almost say I kind of see a bit of Professor and Sound Engraver in those two, in a way. Wouldn't you
Huh.
guys agree?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a good call. I do. Mhm.
It
Internet.
doesn't help that the professor. I'm saying it also doesn't help that the professor almost look a little bit like Paul Rudd in a way. and Sally Graver does have a bit of a Evangeline Lilly look to her, somewhat. A more without the intense eyebrows, if you will, like that Evangeline Lilly has. Have you noticed that she has very intensive, intense
Yeah,
eyebrows?
I
Yes.
agree.
Hmm.
Well, that's what I thought was great about her.
Makes-
That's what I thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I wasn't gonna say anything. Go ahead.
It's just basically what I her stare down is like she's not just looking right at you; she's looking at all of you. Like I see the inner workings of your mind.
See you later, Samuel Lee. I know he's already left by this point, but just in case if he catches in the back, well, see you later, dude. And looking forward to next Thursday. They also they were talking about the brew here. I'm actually speaking up. Hey man, Nui. Neil Star says also that timeline. If that timeline is any indication, Gambit would have been way too old for Rogue in these movies.
Ooh, yeah.
Man, Nui, the gift that keeps on giving. I don't know. The costumes looked all right.
I just want to say
They look. They
something
look. They
about.
look. They look.
I know you guys brought this up
Go
while I
ahead.
stepped out, but you were talking about. I think it's Olivia Munn as Psylocke. Um.
Yeah.
She was hot and cold with me. Because I'll just come out and say the actress. She did some interviews. She did some interviews to promote the film, and she just thought too much of herself because she kept telling Bryan Singer that she wanted her
Yeah.
character to be more tough and kicking more butt and more action oriented and doing a lot of stuff, and she didn't want to be the weak female. And
Do
I
you
wasn't
even read
digging
the
her.
comic
You're
book?
Psylocke. I'm like, bitch, you are Psylocke. What more do you want? You're Psylocke.
Did and you know the scene where she
I'm
jumps in
speechless.
and she slices the car in half during the fight. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
in the theater, did that get a cheer from your crowd? It was quiet in mine, but did that get a cheer for your audience because the actress said she did that scene because
A
she
lot
thought
of things.
the audience would love it and make her a she thought the audience would really think she was a big star after that. So I was just wondering. It wasn't supposed to be in the film. She pushed for it. She kept pushing Bryan Singer to let her do a lot of stuff. So I didn't really
So
like her.
that's that's why it was an awkward centerpiece
Yes, it wasn't
because that's how he
intended.
shot it. It was just it was a random shot where the car just fly in the middle of the screen and she just cuts through it and make a big appearance right there when she already made a big appearance in before the action even starts. So it's like you're basically reintroducing the character
Right. If it had came earlier, it might have worked. But
in an action scene, no less.
right, I agree.
Go
It might
ahead.
have worked. It might have worked if it came in earlier, but because it come in so halfway through the picture, nobody cared for it. But she thought it would make her a star, that the audience would love it, and she just kept bragging about herself in interviews. And like, I don't like this chick's attitude.
And she was only in a.
Dang,
And
what's that ellipsis right there? Give me some context with that ellipsis right there, Damien. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's that reaction for. Go ahead. Go ahead, guys.
how long
Who
was
want to
she
go
on
first?
screen
Show of
for as
hands.
Psylocke?
Say that again, Scooter.
How long was she on screen for, really,
Not that,
as Psylocke?
not that much. I forgot a lot of her scenes. I don't know. I
Exactly.
didn't.
I
The
I got
performance was that
I got to
forgettable.
memorize. I'll tell you. I got to memorize. I'll tell you. So that one scene in the trailer where they show Caliban, that was one.
Mm-hmm.
That's where she betrays Caliban to right there on the spot. Um, there's a moment where she's standing with along with all the four horsemen. There's the infight scene, which is there are moments where she jumps in. She has the blade out. She fights Beast a little bit with the whip and everything, and Cyclops. There's a moment where she's running on a roof. I don't know how she got up there, but she's there. She runs on the roof. She jumps off. She drives her little fist blade into the wall to scale it down. There's that one shot that me and Leaiplussize was talking about where she cuts that car in half, and then when she's I think she also was there when Apocalypse made that quip about Archangel being useless when he died on the which he died hilariously on that the X jet crash, and I think she was there to witness him say that along with Storm, and that's just about it. Like she really is not. She's a nothing character in this film. I don't even know what horseman she's supposed to be representing in this film, aside from Archangel to Storm and Magneto. But she's supposed to be pestilence because from what I see that as always Magneto has to be war, Storm has to be famine, and Archangel is death because Archangel is death in the comics. He's the horseman of death. So I'm like, are you supposed to be pestilence because you're not spreading disease there? You're literally trying to overcompensate by trying to outshine War, who's up at the top, causing world destruction. So yeah. But other than that, it's like I feel. Here's the thing. I feel more sorry for Storm and Archangel because those are prominent X figures that was in. For Storm, she was a prominent figure in the first part of the franchise, and Angel was a new addition to Last Stand, which he had an arc too. But apparently we're supposed to give more screen time to this prima donna.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it backfired. I think all her whining and complaining, it backfired because people came out the movie and forgot totally about her. I didn't like her attitude. She built herself up she thought too much of herself. Olivia Munn thought too much of herself.
That book Stuck at Wonder Woman really details that. Check out Ishi streams about those. Yeah, it really kind of sells you on her prima donna ishness.
Mm-hmm.
X 247. Sorry, I'm about to say 24/7. I think that's how you sound. I think that's how you say it. X 24/7. Anyways, an important thing to mention about Spider-Man's quips is that it's part of Peter's arsenal. Yeah, but that's probably him mentioning me mentioning the quips and stuff like he wouldn't be quipping that much if he was saving people involved. Maybe he'll say a quip or two on somebody, but he wouldn't just stop and do it. He'll keep going, not moonwalking throughout that hallway. Neil Star with the speedsters again. If anyone was in the sequence, sorry, with speedster powers, you wouldn't see anything but a blur. Realistically speaking, yeah. And he says, considering the only casualty of that blast was Havoc, who was already doing, Quicksilver is pretty darn effective with his powers. Yeah, but like I said, during that sequence, that almost took me out of the movie where he's like playing around with him, like, and then all of a sudden we're supposed to take him seriously now that he mentions that I can only save how many people I can. He was probably the only one closest to the blast. I'm like, dude, you just moonwalk through the hallway. Now I'm supposed to take you serious. Oh, people. Oh, Dan Heron mentions that the Tomorrow People was a BBC show. Yeah, that's true. They also had one for the for WB Warner Brothers, the Tomorrow People.
Yep, I remember the Tomorrow People, the BBC. No, the one that aired on Nickelodeon in the 90s. Naomi Harris was in that show.
Yeah, then X 24/7 says Aquaman is what the Thor film should have been. Yeah, that's true. To some extent.
I agree with that.
Neil Star, Neil Star says, just because you take for some reason my StreamYard is moving slow. Says, just because you take a situation seriously doesn't automatically make you more effective. Spider-Man screwed up more than enough times, even with his head in the game. And that's what sells me on the seriousness of the sequence. That's what sells me. It's like, even if he did take it seriously and he still failed all the same in some aspects, that's what I'm saying. Like, put if we're really gonna mix sequences, go back to Spider-Man 2 when he goes to save that little girl without his powers, and then go back
Yep.
and then put that with Quicksilver with with his superpower saving people from an exploding building. That's the thing. You take that, you keep that tone the same way as you do. It's like if you did what you did in the Apocalypse with Spider-Man 2's fire sequence, like the moment they say there's a kid still on the second floor. Boom 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 boom. Sweet dreams are made of. You hear that playing in the background while Spider-Man's going around trying to find a little girl, still like, hang on, little girl, I'm almost here. And you, sweet dreams on me. I'm like, okay. Come
That
on,
would be
Neil
the
Star. If
moment where
you're gonna
Tobey
argue with me,
Maguire comes in and throws him out.
I'm liking that you're debating it, Neil Star. Keep going, keep going. I'm just saying, like you're not doing a good job convincing me there. I still stand by what I said about that. Dan X has a good question. Where are the War Rhinos in Infinity War?
Thank
I don't think they
you.
would have sent the
Somebody
Rhinos out.
says it. Thank you.
I don't think they wanted to do that because Peter and Peter will pitch a fit about that.
How
They
is
did have the Rhino tribe as
Rhino's alien ass against FEMA regulations?
I don't know,
Couldn't they
but other
see?
than that, like,
Couldn't they have CGI'd them?
go ahead.
CGI
Those
rhinos?
aren't even real rhinos. Those are CGI rhinos.
So they wouldn't have broken any laws from PETA. Would have to tell PETA they're not really
I
there.
don't know, man.
Good question. Good question.
I don't know, man. They still have the Rhino tribe as the bulk of the main army, so I guess that counts for something. I don't know, but whatever. That was not my question throughout that whole sequence. Anyways, because it's Captain America with Black Panther together finally on the screen, because we all know that Captain America and Black Panther in the comics back then were really good friends. Really good friends. So I was,
Yes.
bro, I was
How did you guys
I
feel
was
when you
more
saw the
blinded by
two of them just charging ahead of everybody else?
Oh my goodness, that was beautiful.
I know. It was amazing.
That was
Say that again. What was that?
How did
Go ahead,
you guys,
Schooner.
how did you guys feel when you saw Captain America and Black Panther running ahead of everybody during the fight?
I loved it. I was standing in the theater cheering on. I'm like, oh yes, look at my man out there running out there with Black Panther. Yes, go, yes. Honest to God, I loved it. I was standing up in the theater and loved it.
Good night, Maverick Hunter State, by the way.
Good night. People looked at me when I was nuts, but I was proud to show my support. I love that moment. Yes. That's Captain America. That's how you do it. So I was very happy standing in the theater cheering him on. I'm like, yes, run, go on there, run in there, get it on and get the fight going.
Run.
I screamed it in the theater. I'm like, oh, look at my man run. I don't want to hear nobody say he's doing it. That's what he was born to do. Great moment.
I'm looking over the comments real quick.
Oh, okay. Go right ahead.
They just exploded all of a sudden. They just, I'm like really like there's some really cons I want to sink into so badly, and we haven't even gotten to Dark Phoenix yet. We didn't really say much of Apocalypse. We just went off the rails here, and I still dig it. I still dig it because Apocalypse is kind of a piss. It's a subpart sequel, so it's whatever. We'll get into Dark Phoenix pretty soon, guys, because we're close to the 30 the 3 hour mark. But Matthew Flynn says there are some who call me Tim. I think that's a reference to something.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail when they meet the sorcerer.
Oh, I figured.
Remember, he goes, there he is. Where? There. What, behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit.
Melissa Harrison's son says Dark Phoenix film ruined the comic. I don't think so. The comic's
No,
still preserved.
Yeah.
It's still preserved. That's one thing you will know. As long as you got physical media, those things will not be ruined until they decide to either re-release them in edited form. That X247 says that's what I think I'm going to say that from now on. Damien X instead of Damien X 247. Rolls off the tongue a little bit better. 24/7. If you're okay with that, I mean, feel free to correct me on that one. But he says they forgot about Blade. Yeah, they forgot about Blade. Of course, they forgot about Blade. Blade's an R-rated character. I don't even know why they even decided to try to touch him now, since they're afraid to show certain violence and stuff. Star says, sorry if I sound cross about the Quicksilver and Spider-Man thing. I understand he shouldn't be messing around during the time. Yeah, that's just my opinion right there on that sequence. It's just you don't lead me in with Time of the Bottle, which they took that scene very serious, and then all of a sudden they're basically jerking themselves off with the second sequence. That's how I felt about it. It's like, oh, now y'all just jerking yourselves off with the secret because you made the greatest speech or sequence ever commit to film. Now you're just jerking. I'm just saying, now y'all just jerking yourselves off. He said, when a whole sequence is dedicated to him showing off his powers, then him having time to moonwalk and fit around with things shows just how powerful and effective his powers are. That's the problem there. That's the issue I have. Yes, he has superpowers. Yes, that's the thing that these modern writers try to do. They're showing off powers. They're not showing how the powers relate to the story and the sequence and the stakes. That's my issue there.
Exactly.
You don't start. My saying is this. You don't start it off with a dark, somber tone like the fact that Havoc fired upon Apocalypse to save Charles in a dire situation, accidentally caused the X-Jet to explode. Yes, hasty situation on his end because he endangered students. And then all of a sudden you play a commercial right in the middle of that, right at the end of that moment right there. It's like I said, my experience was and then I drew in a long what is this? That's how I felt.
Technically, we could have actually had the entire sequence skipped. Should have started with the explosion, then one blink of an eye, they're all back outside the mansion that is destroyed. And then you just see Quicksilver standing there.
Yep.
I could see that.
Brian Gilmore, before he left, he says, not gonna lie, WandaVision sounded like a fan fiction to me.
It is a fan fiction.
Dan Harris says, what's wrong with guns? I carry a gun every day. Yes.
Hopefully you have a license. License to carry.
He does. I trust that man. Okay. He does. Scoonertuna, sorry. Dan X247 says, Scoonertuna, the assassin uses a hatchet. Which assassin?
Yeah, when we were talking about Black Widow not using a gun. And I said, fine, okay. I'll have her use a samurai sword. Or, yeah, but I like that one a little bit more. It's like, okay, so the assassin can't use a gun. Okay, why? Because guns are very violent. Oh, okay, so I'll have her have a hatchet and just chop people up. You know, that's not violent.
Right. These people are so out of touch. Brian Gilmore says street level heroes have always used a variety of weapons to defend themselves. Sounds like the riot is one of those anti-gun basket cases. It is.
Yes.
She really is. I don't know what you're talking about, Matt Nui. Whose artwork are you talking about, or whose artwork are you asking about? Arthur's Joint has this one to say, and this is one I really want to get into. Definitely, he says, you also can't lump all children together. A 7-year-old is different from an 11-year-old. Is different from a 14-year-old. Is different from a 17-year-old. Exactly. He says, maturity is an ongoing process. Something I can finally agree with Matt Nui on. He says, I didn't
Yeah.
have an issue with Wasp being a better fighter. She trained him, so of course she's going to be at least somewhat better than him. Plus, she's the daughter of Hank Pym, and she knows the technology personally, as compared to Scott Lang, who just learned to use the technology in the previous movie and used it to its fullest in Civil War, and he's still he's had the suit for some time now and still needs to be repaired. So he's working with a handicap there somewhat.
Yeah, I agree. I
Okay,
mean, the
he gave
first
context
movie
to that
does set her
ellipsis.
up to be does set her up to be a capable individual. I guess what my problem is
Now,
with the sequel is that they played him too much up for comedy purposes.
right. One thing I would say avoid is the tabloid stuff surrounding it because they're trying to prop her up as the best of the best. When we
Mm-hmm.
know when we are the ones who watch the movie and can say otherwise that they're a team. It's called Ant-Man
Mm-hmm.
and the Wasp. That means they're a team, and they do work effectively as a team. Dan X says it was for the X-Men brand name change. That's what that ellipsis was. And man, we still talking about that song about from the Arithmetics. I don't know who you talking about. Who you talking about? He's failing, but he's trying. Trying what? Who are you talking about?
Matanui, we are all trying.
Neil Star says, I don't think Peter has to call the Black Panther movie problematic. They can try. Then in clarification, he says, yeah, I always felt it should be pronounced Damien X 247 or 24/7, I think. If you want me to call you Dan 247, I'll do it. But he says this. I was a DMX fan back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then he got caught impersonating a federal agent. Oh wow. Is that what happened?
That Carrie, the penalty for doing something like that is pretty stiff.
Mm-hmm. Matthew Flynn says, I have a great friend in Rome called Biggest Dickus.
Another Monty Python quote. Oh God, I love that sequence.
Matthew says, you were talking about someone's art being bloody or something. That was me talking about the Archangel episode in Black Mirror where she kept like I said, she did she had the mom had the filter on her through her younger years, and she didn't know what bloody violence would look like, so she kept all her artwork kept coming out as violent depictions of blood and gore and possibly sex nudity, but she couldn't see it
Mm-hmm.
because it was filtered, and then she started cutting herself to see if she could see the blood. That's what I'm saying. Like you keep hiding that, they're not going to be able to. Their brains are not going to condition enough to differentiate what's pain. You know what happens to a person when you cut them, where you can shoot them, stab them. They don't know the effects of that. So she could easily just simply punch somebody and not feel a thing or have any regards to how they felt about that. Let feel the pain and all that stuff. So that's what I meant. That's what I was talking about the artwork. Um, where are we going with this? Because we've been all over the place since we started this. We barely even talked about Apocalypse's abilities, like cutting people's heads off with sand,
Or burying
or
them in walls.
yeah, they don't really leave much to imagination about Apocalypse that much. What you
No,
what, what,
it's mostly just force fields when they're attacking him.
mm-hmm. They didn't do a good job selling his. I think that's what people had a problem with. They didn't do enough of a good job to sell his powers. Like his, they gave his size changing abilities in the astral world, as I like to call it, the astral world, where Xavier took him. I was like, oh, we
Mm-hmm.
finally get the astral world or the astral plane.
Yeah.
Did you see? Did you remember that sequence? Leaiplussize?
Yeah, I did. I think that's the only time that the part that was entertaining is when he took him there. So I was just about to ask you guys, how did you feel about the plot that he had to take over? I don't know if it was I can't remember. It was Xavier's brain or his self essence, and added him to himself. Is that plot he had? It had something to do with
Yeah,
Xavier, which he
Yeah,
planned
he
to
was going to
do.
transfer. He was going to transfer his entire consciousness over to Charles Xavier.
Right? Yeah.
like he did in the
Yeah.
first beginning of the movie.
Right. Right.
He
And I
a
was
lot
like,
of people didn't
that's
like
your
that
plan?
much. It
No,
Mm-hmm.
because that was not really a plan. Like I said, it just fell flat. I'm like, okay, that's it. You have a movie called Apocalypse, and that's your plan.
he also
That's it.
well he basically had Magneto trying to tear up the whole world so he can just Netflix and chill.
Mm-hmm.
He he's not. That's a problem. He's the apocalypse that don't do his own dirty work. That's the
Yikes.
thing. His own dirty work was that he launched them nukes and eliminated them. That's it. He's just gonna Netflix and chill after that because he's got a body to inhabit now.
Ah.
That's the only biggest
Yeah.
impact he basically left in that movie was the fact that he just exerts his powers and now he's gonna chill.
Mm-hmm.
And then he fights Magneto, not Magneto, but he fights Xavier in his mind. Magneto, I mean, I need to eat. My brain's scattered. No, he fights Xavier in his brain, wins, and now you get the whole X-Men trying to fight him. Now you got Quicksilver coming in doing his superpowers again, which I wish they would use this instead of that whole sequence right there, because that was actually pretty cool how he's manipulating events with his speed, where he's punching Apocalypse in one direction and then punching him again in another direction. Then Apocalypse, he of course Apocalypse has to cheat code his way on that one.
Oh yeah, he totally cheat coded his
He
way in
enabled
that.
60, he basically enabled 64 cheats. Because everybody knows that was BS. How he got around that? He just moves his hand in that suspended animation moment and just tied up Quicksilver's leg, which was brutal. How he breaks it.
Yeah, that was like
I was like, whoa!
That
I
was brutal.
felt
I
that in
agree.
my knee. I literally gripped my knee when he did that. I was like, oh my goodness! These moves are getting way more brutal than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Very brutal.
Really, I know I mentioned Beast and oh, let's get to the whole out of touch with the with the 80s thing. We don't know, bro. Who said bro in the 80s?
I have
Find
no
any
idea.
evidence of anybody who said bro. That sounded a bit too modern for your vocabulary, Quicksilver. What's up? Remember that when Striker? Oh yeah, we didn't even bring up Striker in this film. Striker does make a comeback.
Nope. Yes, he does.
Yeah, but it's forgettable to me. See, I
Yeah,
forgot a lot of stuff.
and let's not
Well,
and let's not forget the Weapon X sequence and the whole Gene touching I love it. I love it. Your timing could not have been perfect, Deal Star. Everybody give him a round of applause there. That was timing. He says, "No, not by Quicksilver."
But I
He
agree with
loves him. He loves his Quicksilver. Go ahead.
I
Go ahead,
agree with
Scooter. Go
what
ahead.
Leaiplussize was saying, that Stryker's appearance is so forgettable. He shows up, captures just basically the adults, and then just leaves the children behind, just for the sake so Gene, Scott, and Nightcrawler can do something.
And another thing, Suna,
That go ahead, Leia plus ice.
to me, that had nothing to do with what was going on in the movie. It's like they were writing two different movies. It was like at that point we were at the apocalypse story, and now we've jumped to Stryker coming in, kidnapping the kids, and I mean, Gene. Yeah, I said now you're the writer. You're deviating from the story, and that was another problem.
No,
Too
they're
much going on.
retconning. They're
Yeah.
I
Well,
listened to a number of retcons that they did in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
we have Days of Future Past as a template as to what's happening next. We have a template right there, right? We have the we have that going on. And I was like, okay, from what we saw from Days of Future Past, Mystique is impersonating Stryker. Okay, we got that. So Weapon X is in effect, right? Jump to Apocalypse. She's going around rescuing Nightcrawler. Not even Archangel. Nightcrawler only. Why? Why is she going after Nightcrawler? He doesn't say
Precisely.
that she's his mother. She never do that. She still doesn't do that, even though at the end she's now training him. She doesn't say it. Okay. We got Stryker here, not as Mystique, but still Stryker. And still Weapon X still happens. Okay. Why is he even here? Because we still need to remind everybody that Wolverine is still in this film. And Bryan Singer want everybody to know that he does care for the fans, so he want Wolverine to look like he did in the comics as opposed to Weapon X. We wasn't really concerned about that, sir. You
Nope.
already explored Weapon X in X2. Why are you going back to that? Why'd you need to really properly establish that we can now finally explore Weapon X a bit more? And again, we have Jean Grey calming his mind down before he even tries to attack him, and somehow it kind of almost hinted that he kind of had a little attraction to little teenage Jean there, and I was like, I don't like where it's going. I don't like where it's going. I don't like where it's going. No, I don't like. No. You don't know the way. They don't know the way. They don't know the way. No. Do they know the way? They don't know the way. Can't compute. Don't know the way. They don't know the way. Sorry, that scene kind of threw my brain off on loop. I doubt that's what Bryan Singer was going for, but yeah, the implications were kind of there. So another record. Oh yeah, we all brought up the fact that in Days of Future Past, Magneto was trying to start a mutant uprising, or at least trying to prevent the bad features from happening, of course. But now he's got a family to take care of. He's this movie went through a whole retcon parade. When you guys agree?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, and that's why each scene we got, the movie started to fall apart because
Mm-hmm.
it's just retconning and bad choices in artistic direction of telling the story, and I just think little by little the movie started to fall apart. A lot of it I can't even remember because it just wasn't a good picture. I don't know what's going on in Bryan Singer's head. Either he's trying to do too much, or I just think he tried to do too much, and too much was going on, and not enough focus on what should be going on. you
Hmm.
know.
At least we
So
got at least we got Jubilee in a speaking role this time. That's a for effort, I guess.
if you're a Jubilee fan, yeah, but okay, yeah.
Also, the moment where yeah, a lot of people are asking why haven't we have her use her powers? Oh, she did in a deleted scene.
Exactly.
Methinks that Brian Singer is trying to appease the wrong type of crowd here. He
I
tried to
think so.
he really did not take into heart the saying, I don't know the key to success, but the key to failure is pleasing everybody.
Yeah.
And that's where he
And I
started to
like this
go wrong.
Jubilee.
This
I like this
Jubilee,
look
yeah,
of
I did like
Jubilee.
this.
I did. No disrespect for the Jubilee of the past, because the only way you'll be able to recognize her is if she's wearing her shades. Because at the end of X2, she pops in and she's wearing her shades, and that's basically Jubilee right there. She was also in X1 in the scene with Storm, right, Schooner? If I correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. That is correct. She is in the
Yeah, you see
opening
her
sequence with
from the back.
Storm. Yes.
Yeah, in the montage. Yeah, um, and that's about it. There's no. I think she has a slight speaking role in Last Stand. She's sharing a class with oh, did we lose Schooner again? He'll be back.
Oh, looks like it is. Okay.
But yeah, yeah,
Continue.
he she shares she shares a classroom with Kitty Pryde. She has her
Her
speaking
yellow
moments along
jacket.
with Kitty
Ah,
Pryde.
finally. Thank God.
Yeah. She has a
There
little
he
jacket
is.
too. But
It happened
in
again.
Apocalypse, yeah, in Apocalypse she's more prominent actually. She's a bit more prominent in Apocalypse. Again, having more speaking roles, but little action to do. Should we get to Dark Phoenix? Before we even get to Dark Phoenix, how did you guys take Jean Grey's Phoenix form when she finally delivered the final blow to Apocalypse? By the way, what y'all think about that?
Leia+size after you.
It was okay. I think at this point, you know something, I was so out of the movie that I don't think it was enough to save it for me. I kind of saw it coming. I just had to feel I just knew she was going to do that, which was, I guess, cool in its own parts, but I don't know. I just think too little too late. I don't know. I don't know. It was okay. It wasn't too bad, but it wasn't enough to save the movie for. But it made me like, well, I'm assuming that the next movie is going to be about her. So
Exactly. That is
that's
exactly what I felt. It's like, great, excellent. We got a precursor. Now we get to see what the Dark Phoenix movie. Okay, never
No, I actually cheered. Actually, believe it or not, I actually cheered when she brought the Phoenix. I was like, ah, she finally it's a finally realized energy. Excuse me, kind of choked there. Excuse me, got a little excited there, guys. Sorry, but yeah, I really like threw my arms up. I was like it really made a big huge impact on me. Oh my goodness, we finally got the Phoenix instead of just her just having her arms out and looking mean. She Sophie Turner really sold that she sold that moment where she steps out, she's walking, and then you see her walking on nothing. They built that up really well. And
mind. Exactly.
and she's Schooner, if you do you remember what she says before she burns them away? If she said anything
Oh,
to Apocalypse before she burned them away?
oh. What? Wow, what was it? What was it? She says, "Wait a minute. I have the film. I don't have to guess."
I can't remember.
I
Help.
love Scooter with this.
All right, give me a
So I
sec.
have the film. You don't
Yeah,
have
I
to.
can't.
Uh,
No, 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 no. I'm getting
I
this
will
now.
say this.
Now it's personal.
Oh wow. Okay, we'll humor him. Uh, Go ahead. Have your fun, Schooner. But yeah,
Previews 2023.
I just remember. I just remember it was a lot better than what Mystique was saying, trying to sound all badass. Is what I'm saying. Like when
Oh
she
yeah, that
says it, I'm
caused
like,
controversy
yeah,
with Apocalypse holding her by the neck. That caused controversy. But
yeah, the
no, no, no,
billboard.
no. Yeah.
Actually, I like that billboard. Actually, you know what? Speaking of promotional material, I like the poster that they have for X-Men Apocalypse where he's holding the skull like a last brother Uric. I knew thee well. He's got in his hand and it's crumbling in his hand like ash, and he's got this little somber look towards it, like like he pities the human race in a way. What do you think about that promotional poster, Leaiplussize?
Yeah, I
If you
it won
remember,
me over. I do remember it, and it got me excited for the film. It did. So it worked. It got me excited for the film when I saw it. So I thought, okay, this is what Apocalypse is all about. We know it's got something to do with the human race, so it worked for me. It made me excited for the movie before I even saw the movie. So that's why I went on opening weekend because it looks like we're in for something good.
hmm yeah,
So I thought it was a good one.
the color for it was really good too. Like my goodness, like the color tones that they used for it was amazing. I gotta I'm looking for it right now and I found it. But this is for those who probably didn't see it, or at least for those who are overseas and probably didn't get that same poster that we did. Because you know overseas they have different posters, right?
Right. Yes.
Sometimes. Or in the case of communist China, they have them altered.
Gotta
I'm
get
not
that.
gonna continue to dredge that up. Go ahead, Leah.
Oh, I was gonna say, Disney. Gotta get that China money. That's all I will say.
So those who knows this, but there you go, right here, the poster. But yeah, this the poster that sold me. He says only the strong will survive, and of course it was Roseman going that brought that up too, and I was like Roseman going, shut up. What movies have you been previously? No, seriously, what movies have you been that make me take you serious? That'll make me take you serious. None. Last time I checked, you were in Planet Terror. You were in Death Proof. Both movies I loved you in, but I'm like, no, mm-mm. I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. Bye, bye, boo. Go move somewhere else. And I'm still waiting for you to play Red Sonja. Now I don't want to see you as Red Sonja. Sadly, I don't want to see you now with your behavior. And your... Now she did kind of redeem herself a bit. Still not enough, but she redeemed herself. She called Alyssa Milano out about the Me Too movement, and she kind of walked away from that. So in a way, she kind of I don't know if you guys hear me wheezing, but my asthma kicking up a bit. I'm it's not too serious though, guys, so don't worry. But she did kind of redeem herself a little bit in that regard. So she in a way she's showing that she's human a bit. She's a bit human, but yeah, that poster, man, that poster that she threw a fit about. Wow, of all things that I don't know if I'm losing you guys or not, but whatever. Are you guys still here?
Oh yeah, I'm right here.
Sorry, I'm
And then
hyper concentrating on the movie. I'm getting close. I'm gonna find it.
Dude, it's at the end.
I know, but everything is building. All is revealed. That is what she says. All is revealed.
Okay, that's it.
Yep.
Before she burns him up, all is revealed.
Yep. That's what she says.
I could have sworn she said something about the power of friendship.
Nope.
nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Wow, I must have watched a different movie then.
Fellas, I'm
Because I
afraid
could have sworn. Oh, go
oh, I
ahead,
didn't.
Leah.
I was going to say I must bow out now. There's something I have to take care of, so I have to leave right now. So I know I didn't get
Okay,
to Dark Phoenix, and I would have loved to express my loathing of it, but I'm gonna let you guys kind of finish it up. So I'm gonna bow
you
out.
can bring it up next time this Thursday, maybe next Tuesday, whatever it is
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
decide. Yeah, you can bring up your 2 cents. Remind me though, remind me because I might forget.
I I will. I will at the beginning, at the start, before we start with that conversation. Because and I think what was your topic for Thursday? Was it about female villains?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Come up, yeah,
okay? Well,
we'll be doing
Is
that
that
as
going to be
well
this Thursday or next Thursday?
this Thursday.
Okay.
Next
oh well,
Thursday,
that will.
me and Sammy Lee Proctor will be Sammy Lee Proctor, Sammy Lee Oakley will be talking about Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well that will be the perfect time to bring it in.
Actually, no. For us next Tuesday, we're going to talk about our favorite female character designs since people been roving and raving about character designs being mutant and altered, considering
Yeah.
the Lola Bunny controversy.
Oh yeah.
We'll be talking about that.
Oh, oh my goodness, I will definitely be there for that one. I've got some choice words for that. Oh my goodness, now people pick it
Yeah.
on cartoons. Goodness, pick it on cartoons. They can't be happy
Leave
for
them alone.
nothing. Yes, it's just cartoons.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Disappointed.
I mean, I grew up on all that stuff, and I think I'm a perfectly sane, honorable citizen. So please don't give me that garbage. Oh goodness. Give me that garbage, but I know about that. Going to be very interesting conflab. But all right, fellas,
All right
I'm
then.
out. Enjoy the rest of your time, and
Okay.
if anybody else does chat, enjoy the rest of the time, and I'll see
Oh,
you guys
Lady
later.
of Valor, you will be missed.
Oh,
Definitely. We
oh.
love you
Well, this
guys.
was
We
fun.
love you. Everybody knows we love you here always. You're a valuable member of us.
I love you guys too. You guys are great, and this is always fun. This is always fun. But I shall return. So you guys hold
Of
down the rest
course.
of the fort. I know you both will. I know
Right.
you both
We
will
won't kill each other.
hold it up. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Remember, you're not here about. We're not here. You're not here about to kill each other. You have to have um reasonable, calmly adult conversations. And remember, Schooner's under the sea. Wolf Commander, he's under the sea, so we can't damage him too much. He fears he fears we'll have him on a fight somewhere. so, so, so be gentle with them. But I know you guys can hold it down. You guys are great. I always have a great time when I come here. And I'm sure I'm going to have a
Right.
great time. Night. Night, Melissa. Night, Melissa. Thank you. Keep an eye out
All
on
right.
these
Take
two.
care, Leaiplussize.
Okay. All right. Take care. Bye bye.
Of course.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye, Scooter.
So so what was your impression of Dark Phoenix
Immediately,
when you saw the trailer?
I thought the trailer looked interesting, and then I found out about all the reshoots, the difficulties behind the sets. Because the minute I heard reshoots, I'm like going, "Oh, that's it. That's like the kiss of death right there."
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I I remember them bringing up reshoots and everything. Like there was a lot of things that was off about, especially when we are looking at the trailers. There were a lot of things off about them.
Hmm.
Like something was
And then I
missing. Something was
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and then I saw the sequence that said, the women are saving the men around here. You might want to call it X women, and I'm just like, and that's where I get off this train. That's like, and that's why I did not go see the movie in theaters, and it bombed bad.
Yeah, yeah. That line that she gives made me cringe, and I was like,
Mhm.
okay, let's do a huge recap, shall we? So
Mhm.
first X-Men movie. It was a team effort, by the way, by way of Jean Grey lifting Wolverine up to save Rogue, Cyclops stopping the machine itself to save Wolverine so he can save Rogue. X
Yeah,
two,
shooting
it's
Magneto.
Jean Grey save.
Yeah, yeah, Magneto.
Yeah,
Is stopping Wolverine. Cyclops shoots Magneto, and Storm is lifting Wolverine up to the machine.
yep. X2, yeah. There's a case that Jean Grey saves the day, but it's still a team effort throughout that whole movie.
Precisely.
X3, it's Wolverine that saves the day by sadly killing Jean Grey, of course, but that's just how tragedy works.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, First Class, it's basically all the X-Men saving the world but it ends in tragedy when Professor X loses his legs in the process. Days of Future
And his
Past,
best
yes,
friend and his
yep,
sister.
yep. Uh, Days of Future Past is basically the team efforts of Magneto, Xavier, and Beast pushing Raven to a lighter path by not killing Trask. So yeah, in a way she saves the day, but not without the help of both the uh the men in her lives, both her
Exactly.
lover, her other lover, and her brother, quote unquote.
It's
Uh,
basically her one true love, the man she's having a fling with, and the disappointed father.
yeah. Um, Apocalypse. It took all the X-Men and the power of the Phoenix to the um stop the most powerful of mutants ever. It's not just
Mm-hmm.
one person. They pretty much will him in a way. You could say they kind of wore him down a bit to
Yeah,
some extent
they
at this
wore
point.
down his shield so that the Phoenix could finish him off.
Yeah, thanks with also the aid of Magneto, their nemesis.
Yep.
So yeah, and now they go up to space to save these people. You have Nightcrawler scooping up people here and there, and only thing Jean did was absorb the Phoenix Force,
Mm-hmm.
which continuity break on that one.
Yep.
She
First
already
off, first off, when I heard that X Men Phoenix was good, when I heard X Men Dark Phoenix was coming, I'm like, okay. Her powers. Something happens when I hear to Jean went on a mission in space with a space shuttle. I'm like, okay, we're already up. It's set in the 90s. Jean's Dark Phoenix powers is manifesting when they're on a mission to space in the space shuttle. Okay, we're good so far. And yeah, then that happened. You still there?
I'm still here. I'm just typing up
Yeah.
something real quick. All the while we're talking, I'm trying to set up the next streams because I'm looking at my stream yard.
Oh, okay.
It's almost blank. I usually
Uh-oh.
I usually have things planned or pre-planned already. I'm kind of being is really being a butt right now because I'm actually saving and I don't know why I don't know if it's StreamYard or if anything. I don't know. It's weird. Excuse me. I just have to just post them up and just try to add them in as best I can later. But we'll see. Yeah, that's another thing that really hurt me the most is the fact that it was taking place in the 90s. The one place where we all were where we're all familiar with, basically.
Mm-hmm.
We're all familiar with the 90s at that point, and oh my goodness, I hate to say this, but like I said, Captain Marvel did a better job than Dark Phoenix because you. Here's another thing where this movie got weird on me on is the fact that they actually brought in Dazzler of all people.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Did you hear the music that she was singing?
Yes.
That did not sound 90s music at
Nope.
all.
No.
That was new. That was like 2019 music,
Mm-hmm.
and they had her dressed like Celine like basically like what Celine Dion would wear nowadays if she was performing. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like in that, but like when I heard her sing, I was like, "Whoa, that
Exactly.
is not 90s R&B music."
Nope.
Like I would have her sound like at least like TLC or something to that effect at
But it
best.
just needed to sound something like vintage '90s. Something, I don't know, something.
I was like,
It's like, did you guys even look at the
let
music
me
of the '90s? Go ahead, go
that
ahead.
I'm serious. That's what really that's when I heard that's what really took me out of the movie. That's like, oh my goodness, that's not even. They literally said this is the 90s. They really stated say the year that this place is taking place from. And the more I heard her sing, I was like, that is not 90s at all.
Nope.
And bruh, again, there was a moment where I was about ready to leave the theater because I was like, "You fucking up." Excuse me again. That's I'm, I was about ready to say the F word again, and I'm like,
Hmm.
"Oh my goodness, this movie is bringing out the hatred in me."
This movie was just
But yeah,
so
like that,
terrible.
I was like, bruh, and a movie is terrible when they don't even bother to even do an opening like they did in the
Yeah,
previous movies, like when we had
Dre
Transformers
is
the
only
Last
doing
Night.
the opening. Yeah.
They just jump right into it and just throw the title in like boom, there it is. They don't even throw in no
Yeah.
sequence, nothing.
Nope.
Then they're, then then they're it's the same thing with this one. It's like, oh, this is not good because they ain't even doing no opening sequence.
Nope.
For those who didn't really like Apocalypse that much, at least it had the sequence. I'm
Exactly.
really
They
looking
had
up
the
to
open. That was
see if
that was the
IMDb.
thing. They had the. Here's what I hated about X-Men Dark Phoenix. It didn't commit to the Dark Phoenix story at all. It just took a name and
Mhm.
then just created their own little idea of what the Dark Phoenix could be. That's what bugged me. And I mean, it worked in the first X-Men movie. It makes sense because this is the first X-Men movie ever, and you need to have, an original idea to hook everybody in. But the subsequent X-Men movies afterwards all followed at least the basic structure of the story arcs. With Dark Phoenix, it basically said, okay, we're going to pick and choose which stories we're going to be using here. I mean, it didn't even commit to the alien stuff. I mean, the Shi'ar Empire. Why couldn't you have just given us the Shi'ar Empire? Why did you have to remake and give us like knockoff Skrulls or something like that? And apparently, according to the director of the movie, they had to reshoot the ending because apparently the ending was going to be exactly like or similar to Captain Marvel. It was. I'm just. It was going to end with Jean Grey flying like the Phoenix Force and taking down the impending alien invasion. But I'm like, what are the aliens? What can they do? Why are they there? There is like, apparently their motives are just so blasé.
Oh, the aliens are called the Debari.
Yeah, I mean, the aliens had the. No, I'm just saying that they were so generic.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Everything went from mediocre to generic to bad. Jennifer Lawrence didn't even want it apparently out of the franchise, so they killed her off in that movie. One
Yeah,
of the only good things they did.
they didn't even bother putting her in makeup. That's how much it really irks me with that. And the only time she did go into makeup was for that one scene only,
Yeah.
to that where she dies in. They didn't even, I have to really address IMDb. You guys suck.
Yeah.
You guys suck because they don't point out that Dazzler's singing was far too modern for the 90s.
But
They got other details. Somebody's asleep on the details on that one because I'm pretty sure if you go to the to X-Men Apocalypse's IMDb and check out the trivia and the goose on that one, I'm pretty sure they have a lot to say about those two movies. But
yep.
Dark Phoenix, see that's how much you can tell that the 90s is not well regarded as much as they used to be.
No.
It's like a tradition to hate on the 90s. No respect for the 90s kids. No respect at all.
Nope. You want to know the one thing they did right in that movie? Magneto.
Yeah.
He is the same through and through and always. And Fassbender does him brilliantly. One of my favorite scenes in that movie is he busts in on Jean and then he looks at her and he says, "I know whose blood that was." And he comes right up to her in this like very intimidating stance. And then of course, Jean just basically owns him.
You know who what's your take on Beast going on the warpath towards Jean after killing her?
They didn't commit. I would have said have him go full on bad guy.
A lot of people didn't think it was they thought it was out of character for him to really go after Jean like that.
I would have thought so too, but at the same time, he's angry. He goes after her. Next second, he turns good. So it's like, look, if you're going to stick down a path, at least be consistent with it. Don't just go all wishy-washy here. All right.
True.
I mean, it's like, whoa, Beast going bad? Okay.
Even to the point where he's fighting Cyclops.
Yeah, it's nuanced. It's interesting. Hadn't seen something like this before. I wonder where it goes. And then it just turned into, looks like I'm going to be a good guy again. And I'm like, see, this is the problem I got with movies. They always they introduce something that is interesting, but then never commit to it. It's like, what was the whole point of him turning if he was never going to kill Jean from the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly. And they're going to say, well, it just showed that, they were romantically involved. He was angry. And it's like, and then at the end of the movie, it amounts to nothing. You just gave us a false, what's the word I'm looking for? When you do something like that, you have made it. Yeah, but you've also made a promise. However, indirectly, you've made a promise. And then when you back out from something like that, how can you have faith in the story now?
Mm-hmm. We'll be discussing that in this Thursday's stream. I've already got it set up somewhat. Still need to find.
But I'm just saying, again, that's the problem I have with a lot of these movies today, and even TV shows today. It's like they say, okay, we're gonna dabble a little bit into something a little nuanced, but before it can even get interesting, they jump back into a safety net, making the entire deviation a zero-sum principle. There is no point to it.
How did you like the music, by the way?
I thought it was okay. I actually thought it was pretty good. That was one of the few. See, that's the thing. The production designs and the way it's shot, very, very nice, and it's edited beautifully. But the problem is the characters, the story, and execution of said story. Although the sequence where Mystique dies, it's a little clunky because first it starts with her getting impaled. She gasps. They're backing away. I mean, you see Charles Xavier's face. I don't know what his face is. I don't know if McAvoy's trying to convey anger or sadness, but none are showing through.
Right.
Is it anger? Is it sadness? Is it surprise? I'm seeing none of it. Then it cuts to Beast, who is like as if he's just realizing Raven's been impaled, and he goes running.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
Yeah, we didn't get into to how Quicksilver was taken out of the out of the film for the majority of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they had him trying to run up to her to try to get her down and take her down, but she ends up tripping him, or at least removing the plank that he was running along to. Again, cheat code there,
Mm-hmm.
because he's moving so fast. How she knows to move something ever so slightly where he's stepping, and then he falls, crashes right through a building. Funnily enough, he didn't die from that.
No. In fact, the very next scene, you see him on a hospital gurney, and that's it.
Yeah, like they don't even go into details of how extensive his injuries are, which it looks like
Exactly.
it almost looks like he broke every bone in his body.
Yep.
Um, I think Storm tried to contribute too, but not so
Yeah,
much.
she tries to shoot lightning, but Cyclops tackles her.
Right. That's stupid. That was stupid of him.
Yeah, that was stupid of him. And then everything else is so blasé and mediocre. Yeah, that sequence was. That's the thing. The major action sequences in this movie are the beginning in space, Jean's house, and I guess and then that sequence where they're fighting on the street and then go inside the building, and then the final sequence with the train. I'm like, you guys have so toned down the scale too. It looks so small scale.
Then there's the music that's playing where you got those little children chanting in the background. It's you're supposed to be lulled into a sense of oh shoot moment right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just so poorly shot that you're not feeling that moment, and like
you know what? Exactly. You've hit the nail right on the head right there. Throughout the entire movie, I am saying, what am I supposed to be feeling? Because and you have to ask that question, obviously something is being done wrong.
What really bothered me was the fact that I can look back to I should not be looking back to Last Stand and saying you had a better portrayal of the Phoenix behavior more so than the than Dark Phoenix and Dark Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Fan K Jensen did a good job portraying that primalness of Dark Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
That animal craving, that sheer primalness, where that again, that scene, going back to that scene with her and Wolverine, where she basically almost Xenia on the top his behind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you had that going right there for the Dark Phoenix. Her lines, the lines that they wrote for her, you know, like I'm ashamed to even be in the same room with you. The professor's gotten to you. He's tamed you.
Mm-hmm.
Or she switched back into help me. I don't know what I'm doing. Stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had whereas
I don't blame Sophie Turner. I'm not faulting her. I'm faulting the writing and the direction they went.
Here's what kind of won me a little bit, where she's in the alley in this rain and she's like, I didn't mean to do it. You know, she has that moment, but there's never a moment where she has that primalness coming in. It's more of
nope.
It's like they were trying to recreate Carrie.
Yep.
Throughout the rest of the movie, where the Dark Phoenix start taking over, it's Carrie now. It's all Carrie. It's not no.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing there. It's like it's trying to say something and yet it's DOA.
Mm-hmm. Whereas in the Last Stand, we got Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
In Dark Phoenix, we got Carrie.
Yeah.
Without the bullying.
Exactly. What they see, and I keep saying they do what they always did wrong twice now, and I think I said this last stream. What they did wrong with what they always do wrong with Dark Phoenix is that they never do the entire Phoenix story. And if you want Dark Phoenix to work, you must first introduce the original Phoenix, the one with the Shi'ar Empire, the Crystal, Lilandra, her evil brother, the
Hellfire Club.
Starjammers, the Hellfire Club, the Starjammers. I mean, come on.
I was hoping Jessica Chastain was going to be be Emma Frost.
Yeah, well,
she had the white hair. And here's the thing,
Jessica Chastain's acting. I'm just like, holy smokes, this girl can do it. And you see her in this movie, and she's just like, yeah, I'm just here for the paycheck.
And here's the thing. You know what? Jessica Chastain would have been my next pick if I had to reboot the X-Men franchise. She would have been the next Jean Grey. Because here's the thing. Jessica Chastain can really sell that sexuality. I've seen her in Crimson Peak. Have you seen Crimson Peak?
I've seen Crimson Peak. I saw Crimson Peak. I saw Interstellar. I saw Molly's Game. She can sell it. She was in that mediocre action film Ava.
Oh yeah, we saw Ava, but I definitely loved Molly's Game.
Yeah, I mean she can do it, and I'm just like, what the and it's clear she's here just for a paycheck. Yep,
because she's all spouting out they kept holding you back. They take your power back and
that's all what this was. This is
big talk for a feminist projection there, because you just want to get the power back from her. So
exactly.
Yeah. Whatever.
And then they're all like everybody's pounding on Charles Xavier in the movie, like, you kept a secret, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done any of this. And then at the end of the movie, when the truth is revealed, yeah, he was kind of in the right to do what he did. But he never gets his accolades. Instead, he's the one who gets punished still.
Yeah, even though he survives this movie, he's still like vilified in a way.
Yeah. In fact, did you ever see the alternate ending to the movie?
No, I didn't even know there was an alternate ending.
There was an alternate ending where he's standing in front, he's in front of Mystique's grave, and he's telling her that she was right about everything. I've lost sight of who I was and what I was supposed to do.
In what way?
I don't know. And it just ends with Charles Xavier leaving the Institute and driving away. And I'm just like, I'm
so glad that they used the one with him and Eric at the end.
Yeah. Actually, believe it or not, I think, again, back to X-Men Apocalypse, that would have been the great way to cap off the whole series, because it ended with the exact same conversation that Stewart and McKellen had in the first X-Men movie. Does it ever bother you, the feeling the one day that they'll come after you and your children, take you all away? And he says, it does indeed. Well, what do you do when, he says, what do you do when you wake up to that? And he says, well, I feel a great swell of pity for the poor soul who comes to my school looking for trouble. And then at the very end, they decide to rename the school. Instead of the Xavier Institute, they instead call it the Jean Grey Institute. I'm like,
yeah, it would have been appropriate had the story would have been told better.
Had the story been told better, yes, it would have been appropriate. But I mean, not even. I'm wondering why are the X-Men taking literally a back seat in their own movie? I mean, Storm, Cyclops, and even Nightcrawler are pretty much non-existent.
Even and Raven got the short end of the stick because she gets killed off right in the middle of the film.
Yep.
Considering that she made that boneheaded line about changing the name to X, and again, these writers, these social progressives, don't get it. X does not mean men.
It means the X gene.
And matter of fact, men don't necessarily mean just men. Mankind. Mankind does not mean man. It means human. Yes, we can say humankind, but ultimately it's originally called mankind, and it doesn't necessarily mean men.
Precisely.
They don't understand language.
No.
They don't
No, they
understand
are. They're
language.
just changing. No, they're just now changing. They're policing language. It's like
Hmm.
anything that has the word man in the title suddenly. I mean, what do you remember that controversy with Men in Black?
Yeah, the man and women in black.
Oh, yeah.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness.
This whole movie was one big social progressive propaganda or intersectional feminism.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
what the new title should have been. Intersexual feminism, the movie.
No, what really bothered me too was the fact that what bothers me the fact that it seems like it's like you want to make sure you don't want to forget the women.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it feels like when every time they have to make that correction,
Yeah.
men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget the women now.
I'm just like, what like I said, the very few things they got right were Magneto. They also, like I said, the production was really good. The editing was pretty good, save for a handful of sequences. And that end scene on the train, the fight scene, was pretty enjoyable, especially when we see Magneto surrounded by all those guns and he's just starting to shoot him.
Hmm.
That
That
was pretty
yeah
awesome.
yeah especially when he tries to fire on Jessica Chastain who exhorts the Phoenix Force as
Yeah,
well. And those
exactly.
it's kind of weird those aliens are so durable to the
Yeah,
point where it's like they keep blending into to one another, and you almost think one dies, but then it gets back up. Then you kill another one, and it keeps going. And I'm like, these aliens are still not that interesting. Yes, they can shapeshift. Yes, they're durable, but they're not that interesting.
no,
It it would have made more sense if they were the Brood. Actually,
yeah.
it would have made more sense,
Would have been more
especially
terrifying if they were the Brood.
if you're introducing CGI into the mix. You want to you want to introduce the Brood that way.
Exactly. It didn't help the fact too that this movie was already littered with production problems.
Hmm. And who was the director on this one? I doubt it was Bryan Singer.
No, Bryan Singer departed immediately after X Men Apocalypse.
Yep.
He's like that X Men Apocalypse. He even said was going to be his final outing with the team because he was pretty much. You can tell by Apocalypse he still had a few little surprises in there, but it was clear he knew that it was time to go.
Hmm. Yeah, it wasn't the best outing, but hey, he did it. He
Yeah.
finally. If anything, I would say this: when it came to Apocalypse, I'm glad that it was Singer that did it and nobody else.
Mhm.
I will say that I was glad that it was him that did it and
Mhm.
nobody else, because let him cap off that with being the original person who brought the X-Men to the big screen.
Exactly. Let him be let him close out this new franchise that he has started, which is kind of funny because he finally directed a part 3. He directed X-Men 1, he directed X-Men 2, but he didn't come back for 3. He directed Days of Future Past, and then he had directed Apocalypse.
Sam Proctor says, "Just go on. I assume you're talking about Dark Phoenix. If so, I don't care about spoilers for that one." Yeah. Um.
What really is there to spoil? There was nothing that happened in that movie.
I mean, it was weird that she will approach Magneto and try to seek him out for helping her with controlling the Phoenix, and I'm like, really, y'all gonna do this again? Like what you did with the Last Stand? It's like the
Yeah.
director rewrote the Last Stand and did a poor job of rewriting the Last Stand.
Mm-hmm.
And and here's the thing, going back to that primalness I was talking about. Okay, okay, it probably would have been a little bit weird to see Sophie Turner act in such a manner, the way how Femke Jessen portrayed it in Last Stand. But she's from Game of Thrones. Stuff like
Yeah.
that happens to her all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There's even a scene where she seduces Littlefinger in one scene where she's kind of learn the game, if you
Yeah.
will, when she's at the Erie.
Hmm.
So I'm like, how like I get that you're trying to make her look a little bit innocent in this film, but you guys, like you said, they're not committing enough, and they don't go raw enough. Like there's never a scene where she and Cyclops kiss and she kind of like grabs his hair a bit
Yeah.
or claws him a bit or the
Yeah, exactly. Like what she did with Wolverine and X-Men 3.
yeah it's like
You're seeing that the primal nature, and immediately Wolverine knows something's wrong.
yeah it's like there's no more like that, like where they're going back to that part where they had Dazzler in it. It's like they have that drink and eh, like they're far away from the group at that moment, and I'm just like, this was a perfect time for her to have that primalness come out.
Hmm. Or if anything, you could even show that not just that, the anger when she notices that Dazzler is flirting with Cyclops.
Yeah, like she pulls him away for a bit with her telekinesis, and
Yeah.
she comes and she kind of snaps. She doesn't really snap, but like she has a moment of jealousy, snatches him away, and then like oh I'm sorry, you know
Hmm.
stuff like that. It, it's like you again. Only time where we got a bit of a darkness there was when she went after her dad in
Yeah.
that instance. Another time is when she flipped the car over as a kid. Which
Hmm.
goodness gracious, they again them effing up the continuity of these
Hmm.
movies. Like
Yep.
her parents were alive when Xavier found them, or at least
Exactly.
apparently in this continuity, her dad's the only one that survived. And
And gave
uh,
her up.
oh wait, whoa, hold on, Xavier mind wiped her dad.
Hmm. So
No, no,
how do we?
Sam Proctor. Dazzler was in Dark Phoenix. Not we put. Let me get you to speed real quick. We're done talking about Apocalypse. We spent like damn near 3 hours talking about Apocalypse. We're now in the fourth hour talking about Dark Phoenix now.
Hmm.
Just to get you up to speed. Dazzler was in Dark Phoenix,
Yeah.
but she was there as a cameo. She wasn't really there to do anything, which
Well,
is
yeah. Oh,
fun.
yeah. That's another thing. She was there for a gratuitous cameo.
And she's an adult mutant at that point, and she's not part of the X-Men.
Hmm. At the very
I'm
least,
like,
because Dazzler was a performer. You could make her either a what was it, an X Men, or even she just decides, because Charles Xavier invited her to perform a personal concert at the Xavier Institute,
or you could have her as a music teacher.
or a mutant. Exactly, you could have done anything.
She was a new teacher that just now mind you, we don't see her in later films that sets up the original continuity, but maybe she went on and taught music at another school, like set up another school. But still, it's
Mhm.
like you just oh my goodness. If you had time to put in prominent mutants like that, should have been doing that in previous films. Like say for instance,
Mhm.
put Forge in, if you will, or put in oh, who's another mutant that could have had a bit of a spotlight? Maybe huh? Can't think of right now. Can't think of one right now. You help me out here, buddy.
All right. Well,
Maybe Colossus.
oh, yeah, exactly. A young Colossus, or even at this point, you can even actually give Jubilee some more than just a speaking line. Let's
Or how
see.
about what they do with Sky High? Remember Sky
Yeah,
High?
of course.
There's a lot of superheroes in, or at least growing superheroes in Sky High that do a lot of powers here and there
Hmm.
out of the blue. And you mean to tell me you couldn't fit not one prominent character in each of these films? Like say
Exactly.
for instance, again, like say for instance, maybe even Callisto or something like that. Like something.
Or even, yeah, exactly. Or even God forbid. You can even show a young Avalanche or something like that. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't make sense because he's not an X-Man, but you know what? This movie's its own continuity at this point.
Hey, they already got they had Pyro in school at one point, so why not
Mm-hmm.
Avalanche?
Yeah.
Oh, back to, a little tidbit from Apocalypse. Way to disrespect the Blob.
Mm-hmm.
That scene where he falls out, he's all bloody up and cut up and stuff. I'm like, that's not how Blob's powers work.
Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
No. See, that's the difference between Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix. We can talk about Apocalypse and we just laugh and make jokes at it, but we can still find a semblance of something to enjoy from it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Dark Phoenix, there's nothing to enjoy. I mean, it's like not even fun to just. I mean, there's no fun in this. Not even making fun of it. It's just that bad. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Senator Proctor, they just in Apocalypse they disrespected the Blob. This is how they establish it's a scene to establish Nightcrawler and Angel. Angel was the one that took down Blob, and then they forced they forced Kurt to fight Angel by throwing him in a cage match that had electrified fence. And the first part of that scene, you see Blob falling face flat with cuts all over his body.
Mm-hmm.
And he's actually a properly represented Blob than what they did with X-Men Origins Wolverine. He's got the suit and everything, bald head and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Makes no sense.
And if anything, I will say this: X-Men Origins Wolverine did Blob way better than Apocalypse, because at least they showcased how Blob's powers kind of worked, despite the fact that somehow Wolverine's metal can freaking stun him for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but in Apocalypse, it's like one shot, he's down. I'm like, that's Blob.
And it was Angel who did it?
That's not how his power. Of all people, Angel, they put knives on it. They put knives on his on the tips of his wings.
Yeah.
Technically, spikes, but still, like point still stand. He's got blades on his wings, and I'm just like, that's not how Blob's power work. Because even in the '90s X-Men, Wolverine came up to the guy and stabbed him, and got his arm stuck in his fat.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning he's a bit he's got a bit of a high endurance.
Exactly, and his skin is super durable. It can withstand knives and even gunshots. So to have blood from the cuts and is bleeding from, it's just no.
Exactly. I gotta look up Blob in Apocalypse because they're asking questions about him, so they can see the
Well, they got
disrespect.
his costume right finally. That's the only thing good about that sequence. He's in the costume.
Yeah, not in some lumberjack or hillbilly look. Or
Nope.
Actually, no. I take that back. He doesn't fall flat. He falls flat on his back, not on his face. But yeah, there he is. Hang on, I'm gonna get the photo out so you guys can see it. It's funny that they try to make the guy in Last Stand Blob. Like, that's not Blob.
Nope.
You can say that, but that's not Blob.
Nope.
That's just a guy that can inflate himself, and he gets frozen over by Iceman, and Colossus runs right through that guy and shatters him.
Yep. Oh,
all right, I'm gonna share it right now in the comments. Hold your horses, guys. And here he is right now. That's Blob in Apocalypse, and that's Angel as he looks in Apocalypse. Yeah, it's funny that they de-age Angel in that movie, which is weird. Made him a bit younger and a bit more edgier. with the leather,
Yeah,
the black leather jacket. Like, how the hell were they able to? I'm saying, how the hell were they able to capture a high profile millionaire son?
exactly. Warren, yeah, because that's supposed to be Angel.
Yeah, Warren Worthington the third.
Uh-huh. So how would he? Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, you're right. And why is it? See, wouldn't Mystique actually be going over there then to rescue him?
Mm-hmm.
If she's there to rescue mutants. Hello, very high-profile guy who, a very high-profile guy's son has been kidnapped. Betcha if you save him, he'll start using his money to help with mutants. You know, there's a story right there.
Right.
Or even what? Yeah, why is Mystique there? She's not. She's only there
You
to
still
rescue.
have to ask that question. Like, why is she even there?
Mm-hmm. You have to.
Aside from being there to save her son, which she doesn't
Mm-hmm.
even say
Nor acknowledge.
at all.
Nope. I'm just so confused. But again, Dark Phoenix is just bad. The worst of the worst. I mean, we got
Back
nothing.
to Dark Phoenix.
Say what?
Yeah. Melissa Harrison's son says Blob has anti-gravity. We know that
He
he
has his own gravity. Yeah, he has his own gravity. So how exactly did a person like Angel take him down?
yeah, Angel's very nimble, but if he tries to even fly tackles Blob, he's not going to get too far.
Nope. Oh, speaking of X-Men Apocalypse, what did you think of the post-credit scene?
Oh yeah, the Essex
Essex Corporation.
didn't amount to anything in the long run in Logan, but Logan was too good of a movie that that I'm willing to forgive it for that.
Exactly. In fact, the movie Logan has also Caliban, but is a more comic accurate Caliban.
Mm-hmm. Somewhat. Ain't he supposed to be bigger than that?
I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I believe so. I think he's very. They got the part where he's very pale and he's very thin, almost bordering on lanky.
I think the bigness comes in with the mutation evolving. I think. Let me look him up real quick.
And in that movie, they also changed his power. Apparently, he's like a walking Cerebro, but in Logan,
he's a bloodhound.
He's basically a bloodhound, but he can smell where everybody is, like no matter where they are. I'm even going to make the argument maybe continents away.
So there's two versions of it. There's the big version and there's a meek version, but the design still stands. He's got this head crest on his face. So I don't know what's true or not. I guess they couldn't figure out what to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
But from what the picture I'm seeing, majority of the time he's a giant muscular mutant that from what I heard he's very good at smelling.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to track people basically. Looks like he's supposed to be a member of Alpha Flight. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know. I do know he's part of the Morlock.
Yeah, actually he does. Well, I think the meekness come from is from their depiction of him in X-Men Evolution.
Yeah,
I think that's where they get the confusion from. But in the '90s and I think he shows up in the '90s, but he's supposed to be a big mutant that's like albino, has a head crest, has basically has this devilish look.
Yeah.
But they end up going with the meek version from I guess from Evolution, maybe.
Which, I wasn't so upset about, except the one guy that they got for Caliban in Apocalypse, he's the secretary from Blade Runner 2049 in the records office.
Oh. Whereas we got another dude later on in Logan, and again, like you said, comic book accurate to some extent. To some extent, he's albino, so that's what I mean by to some extent.
Yep.
Whereas the other one, he's all like, he's basically just it's like he looks like he looks like a villain character from Buffy. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
what
Yes,
did you
man.
think
No,
of
his powers are one big fat joke.
what did you think of Dark Phoenix?
It's like Dark Phoenix
Yeah.
overall
Yeah.
terrible.
Like, was there anything you liked about it? Was there anything really good?
Let me see if I can remember because I just remember hating it throughout the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh I think the only thing I liked was the train sequence. Was the fact again, it's the fact that every member of the X Men was doing their part.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cyclops was octo blasting people like there was no tomorrow, especially when he's protecting Magneto. He's
Mm-hmm.
like, come on, I got more to go on. You know, and then, of course Nightcrawler is like he's trying to do his best to protect the human soldiers, and you see him getting killed. And he's like, no! And he start fighting really fiercer now. He's like there are times he's trying his best not to kill the aliens, but now he just go all into it when he sees them die like that. Just goes right
Yeah.
into you know. Of course, you got Beast
Mm-hmm.
on. I think he's at the top roof, just fighting them off too, just throwing them off and all that jazz. You got the soldiers trying to shoot them. He's like, "Hey, stop shooting at me." I think there was a moment like I think there's some moment like that. Doing he's like, "Hey, I'm on your side." You know.
Sure.
Of course, Magneto that cool scene where he's lifting all the guns and he's ready to fight. He's ready to kill Jean, but he asks her like what are you, friend or foe, or what you gonna do? He's I think she asks to some effect that she said I want to fight her or something like that. He lets her go this time and not want to kill her this time. Like they finally end that. I think one scene I did like is how she was kind of like how she lifted Charles like that. But
Yeah.
again,
That.
it's like they're trying to recreate that one scene where Mystique runs out of the window and Magneto cursed that bullet to hit her leg, and
Mm-hmm.
you got that beating sound going around like do 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 do,
Yeah.
stuff like that. They're trying to have that moment again in this form where she's lifting them up and you just hear that beating sound doing do 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 do,
Yep.
kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I kind of feel that, but like at the same time, there's nothing to show that Phoenix is actually coming into her own primal existence. She's getting that's another thing that bothered me about this movie too is that she's getting coaxed into being dark.
Mm-hmm.
Not really like struggling with that darkness. Like you got that alien witch just telling her, "Oh, like you're the most powerful," and they keep holding you back, and they keep holding you back from your powers and all. I'm like, really? That's
Yeah.
another. That's another thing. How modern writers are writing these villains. It's like apparently these villains need a push
Mm-hmm.
every single time. There's no villain that actually comes to their own. Like I like to look back at the villains of old, way back when, especially in comic movies. You got Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin. I hate to use that as an example, but here we are. He falls into liquid that freezes him, and he has to spend his entire life in a suit or in a super sub-zero temperature, household. But but you but here's the thing: you don't have nobody coaxing him to go rob a bank
Nope.
or rob a jewel from a museum. You
Nope.
don't see Poison Ivy coming in like oh the society has taken you away from your wife or no you got Poison Ivy lusting after the dude, but she also convinces him to go after the city, because we all know he was going after Batman and Robin when
Yep.
when he was tricked to thinking that they killed his wife. It's like
Mm-hmm.
it's like, but why stop there? Why not when I get the whole city? He's like, yeah, you're right. First the city, now the world. That's not her coaxing him. That's just adding on to that's just adding on to his already rampage of revenge.
Uh-huh.
Um, let's go with a female example here. Mama from Dread.
Yep.
There's never a scene where a woman's like oh that pimp kind of scarred you and you
Yeah.
feminized them with your like take back like no a villain, a true villain has if they have a flimsy motivation or a strong motivation, they don't need nobody to coax them into doing the villain. Something like that comes. Some people tend to come on their own, especially when you look at the criminals in real life. Nobody is telling them you should go out and go rob a bank. That's something they get into their head at that point. Especially if you look into real life situations where they sometimes they do it out of desperation, and yeah, you can feel sorry for them, but at the end of the day, they still commit a crime. Especially if they do murder somebody in the process. Whereas in Dark Phoenix, oh, she needs somebody to pep talk her into being the Dark Phoenix.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly, and that's a trait we're seeing now more and more. I mean, we saw it in. Have you seen the movie Joker?
No, I refuse to watch that.
Well, I saw it, and yes, don't crucify me. I did like it, but I'm also acknowledging it's a good movie, but it is not a good DC movie.
Yeah, it should. It's a movie that had no business being a Joker movie. Period. It could have been.
You could have actually taken the word Joker out of the title, and it would have been that's it. And yeah, you'd have to take out Gotham City and all these other things, but
could put in Death of the Comedian.
Yeah, the point still stands though.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about what was I going to say? Professor Geek said there are two types of villains. There is your elemental and your fallen. Okay, your elemental villains are your Jokers, your It the Clown, and your who's another one? Your Apocalypse, and even your Dark Side. These are villains who are bad from the get-go. There is no morality in them. They are just all about themselves, what they want, or how they, you know what I mean? And the fallen,
yeah,
the fallen villain are those who start off with good intentions, but ultimately surrender to that darker part of themselves. So in the end, while yeah, you can understand maybe their motivations or why they do what they do, you're still on the opposing side saying, yeah, but you still messed up. But the problem is that you can't have a fallen if you do not have an elemental villain to compare them to. And this is the problem that we have with that now. We don't have any of that. These new movies are trying to say that, oh, we're trying to tell the story of we're trying to make fallen villains, elemental bad guys, fallen villains, if that makes sense. You're not a fallen. I mean, first off, Cruella de Vil is not a fallen.
No.
Evil. She wants to kill puppies. Okay, that's like the oldest. We're talking about the oldest trope in the world. Okay, the kicking the dog or saving the dog trope. Okay, what sets the hero and the villain apart? The villain will kick the dog, and the hero will save the dog. Okay, Cruella de Vil is not a fallen. She wants to kill the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're what else? So back to what I was saying. If you want to make Jean Grey a fallen character, you have to give us a sequential elemental villain. And if the elemental villain is spewing out liberal talking points, then I don't know. What are you saying? See, that's exactly what I'm saying. What are you saying? The message is getting lost here.
Mm-hmm. They're dangerously naive in that regard.
Yeah, it's like so you're saying that you're the bad guy, or are you saying that this is the wrong way to do it? Because I'm getting mixed messages here because you guys are actually doing the things you're preaching against.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so confused. And that's the problem I have with Dark Phoenix and villains of today.
Yeah,
And Professor Geek's right. You need to have, if you want to establish, I mean, even if you're telling the story of a fallen character, you can still show the elemental villain. Dracula Untold. He's supposed to be a fallen. We show the elemental villain is that creature that gave him his powers.
they didn't even need the elemental villain in the first place. You
No.
could have just you could have just did Bram Stoker's where the devil cursed him
Yeah.
right then and there. Right then and there. That's all you needed. What was just go the route of Bram Stoker's Dracula and be cursed by the devil.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But
all you needed. You didn't need and it's like they're trying to make excuses for villains, trying to find excuse. They're really trying to find what they're trying to say, that they're trying to find villains that you can relate to, or try to have good motivations behind. But no, it looks to me it's like they're trying to find excuses as to why they're villains. You want an excuse now. You want to excuse them for being villains.
and the reason for this is pretty simple. It's because villains are making these movies.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, villains are
Villains
making.
yeah, they're making these movies. They give the hero these very, we're just gonna, okay, hero's honest, boom, okay, hero will do right thing, okay, but we don't even go even into depth as to hero's motivations in these movies anymore. Oh, they're just stereotypes. That's basically what they are. They're not. They're a caricature of said stereotype.
We also they also turn them into the worst kind of villains that I hate so much. The flip flop villains, where
Oh God, the flip flop villains.
where the villains with a lack of motivation, so they keep making it up as they go along. That's why. But I prefer flip flop villains because it sounds funnier.
I know.
I can't believe they turned Palpatine into a flip flop villain.
Or villains who have just such weak motives that they actually have to introduce another motive in order for them to be bad.
Mm-hmm. Matt Newey, we know that there's more than two types of villains. The primary ones are the two types that we elaborate on, but there's also many other villains out there. But the ones that drive these type of new forms of villains is the top two primary.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, that final scene where she's like just leveling every one of the aliens and nobody else is doing anything. That was a complete cop out.
Yeah, it's a bad thing when you're going back to X-Men: The Last Stand and you're saying, you know what, you didn't do a bad job.
Mm-hmm.
We're really, I'm reinstating you as one of the better X-Men movies.
Because something worse came along.
Oh my gosh, after watching Dark Phoenix, I was yearning for the cinematic masterpiece of a superhero film called X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Oh wow! Yikes! If it got you thinking like that, dude. Well, at least we got Logan.
Exactly.
At least we got Logan.
Yep.
And boy, was that one was fun, because after that movie wrapped up, somebody in the background was shouting and clapping, "Thank you, Logan! Thank you, Logan!" I was just cracking up. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let you, buddy. I'm gonna let you have that.
Yeah.
Because we got burned so many times with the Wolverine films a few times, and we finally get a Wolverine film that was actually pretty good. Pretty good? No, it was the best Wolverine movie.
Yes. Not only was that good, but it literally made up for the last two installments. I mean, Origins was terrible. The Wolverine,
Step in the
it's a
right
guilty.
direction.
It's a step in the right direction, and it's my guilty pleasure.
Yeah, it's step in the right direction, but it didn't. I always call it a step in the right direction, but didn't stick the landing in the end. Because we all know what
the
happens at the end of that.
Yeah, and then what? And then not only did Logan come along, it literally said you basically saw it, and you were like, you know what? It's okay. Those other two movies were made.
Okay, Samuel Proctor asked this question. Well, he asked, he wants me to elaborate. He says, I thought I understood what Flip Flop Villain was until you said they made Palpatine one. Elaborate on that. So in Rise of Skywalker,
Oh God.
let's go over the steps. And you can correct me if I miss anything. But originally Palpatine sends Kylo out to go slay Rey in that movie. And throughout that whole movie, they were fighting each other, right? So when she finally gets to Palpatine, he says, "It was not my idea. It was not my Kylo was not under orders to kill you. He was supposed to bring you here so that you can slay me, and then I'll inhabit your body once you slay me." But then Kylo Ren shows up. They're both about to fight Palpatine together. Then he drains the force energy, or at least the living force out of them to rejuvenate himself. I have all the power of the Jedi, and all the Jedi are in me, and all that stuff. And he's just, he's in his prime now, right? That's what I mean by flip flop villains. Like it's like
I'm
the
sorry. I turned my brain off. I've trained my brain to automatically turn off when somebody is talking about Rise of Skywalker.
and she still ends up killing them anyways. And I'm like, people keep saying, well, does that mean Palpatine possesses her after that? Because they don't really bring that up at all at the end of the movie.
Not at all. In fact, they're going to say it was so irrelevant, and I'm just like, then what the heck was the point of you doing this in the beginning?
Now, again, Sam Brody says, it's a villain who can't make up his mind. I will say it's a writer who's not confident enough in the villain plan that they constructed for the movie, so they have to keep adding on. They're trying to make the villain way more smart than the heroes than they need to be. They act like they're trying to write who's a good. They try to act like they're writing Hannibal Lecter here,
Mm-hmm.
where he's throwing all these breadcrumbs, and you know the man already, but the man is pulling out his trump card every single time. It's like you think you're so close to figuring out what his next move is. He's always a step ahead of you. That's what they're trying to write, but they're not smart enough to write those type of villains.
I would even say that a flip flop villain is actually also something that pulls a surprise that pulls out a surprise moment that was not hinted or alluded to whatsoever, but exists solely for plot convenience.
Hmm.
Where they say, actually, the twist at the end was, it's not Bane, it's Talia.
Hmm. At least Talia was there.
Yes,
I would
exactly.
say that. Even if Talia was not really the type of villain that we're expecting, at least she was still committing to the plan, which is blow up Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like she just.
Example. No, that was a bad example.
Yeah,
I was going to actually say that for my better example.
I was saying, I will say, it's like to use her as an example, if they have to use her as a flip flop villain, like say for instance, she reveals that she's the mastermind behind all of it, but instead she doesn't blow up the city. Instead, she decides to burn the city.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be more efficient to blow up the city still? Is what I'm saying. Or like, there's a moment where she disables a bomb. Why? Because I rather see the city tear itself apart. Yeah, but if you blow it up, you won't have to worry about the city tearing it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like at least, like in the defense of Talia al Ghul, at least she did not stray away from the plan.
Yeah.
Like Palpatine does in Rise of Skywalker. And I hate those kind of villains. It's like, bruh, we already know what the freaking plan is. Stick to it. Reward,
Hmm.
reward us for figuring it out. And that's the
Yeah,
problem. It's another thing that bugs me about these type of writing, especially in writing back then when it comes to comic books. Like everybody figured out that a lot of people were speculating that in Armageddon, DC Armageddon, they were uh they were going to reveal that Major Force was not Major Force, but Captain Atom was going to be the villain of Armageddon, and everybody figured
hmm
it out. But DC panicked because they were trying to keep it a secret and try to make it such a big reveal, but instead
hmm
they flip flopped on that one too. They still put him in the Armageddon suit in later DC stories. And I'm like, bruh, just commit. If
just
people
commit.
figure it out, commit. You
Well,
instead.
yeah, an example of this being done right was Winter Soldier. Everybody knew Bucky Barnes was going to be under the mask, even the non-fans who were kind of just watching, not the non-fans, but the fans of more so the movies, were basically told by all the comic book fans, Winter Soldier is actually Bucky Barnes. So what did the Russo brothers and Marvel do? Use this to their advantage. Bucky Barnes is the Winter Soldier, but who's controlling him? Hydra.
You're fine, Maddie. I know. I know. I try to come down on. I know I come down on you and Melissa sometimes when y'all swear, but you're fine, dude. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I said, just have a limit. Don't be like a sailor a drunk sailor in the bar. That's all I'm asking. That's all I ask. Because that just tells me that you have no really from where I come from. Cussing is you afraid to tell anybody what's really on your mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's all I'm saying. Like you swear so much, it's like now we can't really take you seriously if you swear that much. And I think this is a good time to start wrapping things up because Match just messaged me the StreamYard, so I gotta join him up for the We Watch X-Men the anime.
Oh, cool.
I'd like to thank Leaiplussize for her contribution earlier. I would like to thank my wingman here, the Scoonertuna, for putting up with me throughout majority of the stream. I kid. Thank you for your contribution too as well, Scoonertuna.
Oh, it's always fun.
I'd like to thank everybody who also had joined us and listened to us for a spell and also contributing as well and sharing your thoughts. I know we could have talked more about Dark Phoenix.
There's nothing to talk about. The movie's bad.
Not really. Apocalypse had more entertainment value than Dark Phoenix, and hopefully we'll get Leia plus size thoughts next Tuesday about Dark Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's go over what's going on in the future. So later on tonight we have Professor Geek book study in the Voyage of the Dawn Treader with Big Al. I will be sharing that slot with them with Matchstick with our rewatch of the X-Men anime. Tomorrow we don't have Fan Man's Second Cut Cafe. He is, from what I've heard, he is traveling with family to spend time with family. Later on that evening will be Green Line Girls streaming of the Final Fantasy VII remake. Along with that will be Daniel Herron's Songs of Birdman with H Boomer or maybe Al, whoever's guest starring with him. Thursday will be me, Leia Plus Size, and maybe Trooper FN 2525. I will have to message him. We'll be talking about the what are we talking about on StreamYard? Sorry, what were we talking about on Thursday?
Big bad white villain.
We'll we'll be talking about villains. I think we'll be talking about villains on Thursday. Uh, later on that day will be the Kenobi. No, it's Red Harvest. Star Wars Red Harvest with Professor Geek and Big Al. Friday will be Fan Man and Friends, I believe. And Green Line Girl will be streaming OG Final Fantasy that day as well. Saturday will be Big Al's rewatch of The Quiet Man. along with Mapacelli and Papacelli. Sunday, I might have something on Sunday if somebody contacts me about Sunday, just like what me and Arthur's Johnny did on Sunday. Hopefully, maybe we'll share culture. Maybe we'll talk about geek stuff. Who knows? We'll see. Sunday, as far as we watch concerned, Matt just still has to message me about that. We'll see. In the case of of course, we have Geeky Geezers doing that with with H Boomer and Troy Pacelli. Monday will be Monday Night Muse with Sound Engraver. Be sure to check her out on Monday as always with her topics. Brilliant topic on Monday yesterday actually, and I actually enjoyed myself. That I hope everybody enjoyed themselves as well. Listen to Sound Engraver talk. And with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for joining me tonight. Thank you so much. Sign us out, Schooner.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Scoonertuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Anyways, yeah, I see you, Match. I'm almost there. I'll be there soon. Take care, everybody. Ow!